result, once the fungus, oh, hello.
Can you start over?
So once the fungus gets in the oak tree and they commingle their roots, then they're passing it on to all the oak trees around them. Hoffmaster State Park has lost 1,000 trees to oak wilt, because you can also bring firewood in that maybe is infected with oak wilt. That's what happened at Hoffmaster. Somebody set the infected firewood down by the oak tree and then boom. So the only way to prevent the fungus from continuing its march to all the red oaks is to trench. So this is just a quick little timeline, and it's in your packet if you'd like more detail. But basically in 2020, there was one red oak that died in the western section of Burton Park. And we think what happened, storm damage, limb came off, the beetles went in, and boom, that's how it started. And then it traveled through the roots, and then 2 additional trees in September of this month came down with oak wilt. And then in the east, I'm not good with directions, the east row central part of the park, there was 1 additional tree that also came down with it. So in late October, I should back up. Tree companies will not assist you with oak wilt unless you know for sure it's positive. And because our trees were kind of unusual, it took us a while to get a sample collected and taken to Michigan State Pest and Plant Lab. So West Michigan Tree collected a sample from the Site 2 tree in October, and then we did a bore sample, which is actually boring through the bark to get the sample in Site 1, and both that was all confirmed. So we have 3 trees that are positive for oak wilt. I figured you were reading my mind. So this is where we are, our suggested plan for oak wilt management. Creating a management plan for Site 1 and 2. We've hired an oak wilt consultant, Julie Sticky. I have more trouble saying her name. And the strategies to include, so in the western area of the park where Site 2 is, it's not right next to Cascade Woods and the fence, but it could go that way. So that's one of our goals, is we do not want to prevent the oak wilt going into the neighborhood. Site 2 is really easy because it's 1 tree. So the grounds department, Jim McDonald, they bought a new gadget bucket. And so they're going to trench around that 1 tree and get it taken down. So Site 2 is easy. Site 1 is kind of nuts. So we have measured and flagged trees. I don't know if anybody has been out there to see, but you can kind of look at the ribbons around each tree. We have 67 red oak trees that are in the infected area at Site 2. So we're waiting on the maintenance department to take care of the 1 tree at Site 2, trench lines, and then we have to remove the infected trees, and they have to be chipped. Because otherwise the trees, if they're just felled on the ground, they're going to pass the infection on. And then in our future, we'll have to monitor for new, any new symptomatic trees. So if you've been out to the park, we've got signs up, thanks to Hunter, wherever he went, helped us put the signs together. We've got trees marked like this one. These are the 2 infected dead trees at Site 2. And next slide. And then we've also set up the oak wilt consultant a line for the trenching, where we think at this point in time the fungus has traveled. So once we get the trenching done, the tree removal and shipping, then we'll have to monitor. We're not planning any fungicide or herbicide injections at this point, but that could change. We need to educate our neighbors, park visitors, and friends, michiganoakwilt.org. And then at some point, we'll need to develop a forest management plan for both Burton and Peace, so we can kind of keep track of all our trees, so this doesn't happen to us again. That's just some, we are looking for 3 bids to trench and 3 bids for tree removal. Right now, we have 1 bid in to our RFP for trenching. We're having a really hard time getting other bids in. So one of the effects may be that we'll have to wait till next fall, because you have to do the trenching and the tree removal in the dormant phase of these trees, which is until March 15th. So we don't have a lot of time. But we got kind of a late start, and if I'm honest, I really think COVID has affected the tree companies. They just don't have enough workers to do, you know, all the work that is asked of them in this dormant period of time. So what questions can I answer? Y'all have kind of a glazed look.
Do you know if the utility companies, when they do the trimming of the trees for wires, there are often oaks in there, do they coat them then? Are they required to?
They're supposed to either use a latex paint or remember that black stuff we used to use in the old days to cover our wounds on our trees. And the consultant would say that they, if all goes according to plan, they're not Oak Wilt certified, but they have been taught what they're supposed to be doing. So let's cross our fingers, but you know, I'd be very curious the 2 sites in Cascade and the neighborhoods where they came from. But I haven't gone by to knock on the door and say, so how'd you get your oak wilt?
You keep saying red oak. What about the other oaks?
White oak, this is fascinating. White oak, if they get it, they somehow the tree knows and shuts off the branch and it dies. So it doesn't travel. So it's only red oaks. So how the tree is smart enough to figure that out is beyond me, but that's what I was just asking the expert that question.
Thank you.
Anything else? So we just wanted to bring you up to speed. We've got Ben, Grace has been helpful, Jim McDonald from Grounds, myself, Joe Engel on the Parks Committee. So we'll get this figured out, but it's not an easy. And the best news is we found it really early. Because if we had waited, if you think about the first year we had 1 tree, the second year we had 67 trees infected. So start multiplying that if we're waiting, you know, 4 or 5 years to get after this. So, and we don't want to be Hoffmaster State Park with 1,000 trees and neighbors and, you know, those poor people, they're on a dune, so they can't even trench. So, you know, with the sand. So it's something. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson.
Should this information be put in the Cascade connection?
It is. I've written 1 article. It was in the winter. It's also, I've had 2 articles written in the e-news, and I'm assuming, oh, sorry, Ben. I'm assuming I'll probably write. Within the, but if you're like my neighbor, you're like,
Thank you, Jenny. Next, we have our Round Hill Subcommittee members, members Moxley and Rissy. Member Nordheim. I'm not sure exactly. Welcome and thank you. I know a lot of work went into this and I appreciate your effort and the volunteer time that you spent.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Scott Rissy, and I am a member of the Planning Commission and the Round Hill Subcommittee. And I guess to start here, we recently, I know you guys received some additional information that kind of stole some of our thunder this evening. So Ralph and I have brushed up on our presentation, if you will, and we're gonna, I think what we'll do is we're gonna take the list of 9 recommendations that were sent your way from the Planning Commission, and I'll give a brief introduction first, and then we'll kind of bounce back and forth. He'll take half, I'll take half, kind of, and we'll just talk a little about each one. And then if you have some questions, we'll take those after we discuss each recommendation. So just yell and we'll go from there.
He gave me the tougher ones.
I tried to. He gave me the choice to pick first, so naturally that's what I did. But he's a good member. I think he'll pull through okay. So we had 2 documents presented to us at the Planning Commission meeting, at our special meeting on December 14th as a Planning Commission from the Round Hill Subcommittee. I feel it's important for you to understand the process in which this information came to you. Member Moxley, to my right, essentially the minutes of our Round Hill Subcommittee meeting of December 10, which was a listing of concerns and problems, as well as recommended process changes that the subcommittee had discussed. Member Merlin arrived and had a document about 1.5 pages long that had an enormous amount of detail regarding processes for effective oversight and roles and responsibilities. I was actually very proud of the fact that he was able to keep the length of his document as brief as he did. For those of you that have read his documents in the past, you probably know that they are rarely short and very detailed. So he did a really good job of keeping it effective and brief. He then provided us with a 3-page appendix, which had some key facts and history. Ultimately, the Planning Commission agreed to adopt Member Moxley's format and drafted the current recommendations from that. I personally think that perhaps Member Merlin's document didn't get a fair review by his peers, in part because there's a tendency to be long-winded at times. I believe that had the Planning Commission not been, I think the Planning Commission felt a little rushed on this. It was a special meeting. We were hurrying to try and get this completed. And we didn't have a lot of time. And so I think that perhaps had the other document been digested more, we probably would have used more of that. I don't think it was left out for any reason other than just there wasn't a lot of time put into looking at it. That said, after the Planning Commission worked through a couple drafts of the current document, and your delaying the process certainly aided us in being able to give it more time. We have arrived at I think at a polished document that encompasses the good points of both. So with that, the number 1 item, and I'm not going to read through everything that you've already received because I think that's just redundant. So I'm going to try and stick to things that aren't in the details that aren't written, so to speak. Number 1 was all documents, including ordinances, master deeds, stormwater maintenance agreements, etc., need to be recorded. That's what our current rules state. And the problem was that in the case of Round Hill, it is clear that there were documents that were not filed timely, that were not recorded properly. And that, yes.
Recorded with the township, with the county, what?
With the county. And so in this case, construction was able to start and continue really for years without bonds and proper agreements and the PUD ordinance being recorded. It's clear that the township recognized this and scrambled to correct the problem and, for instance, get the stormwater maintenance agreement filed. These agreements must be verified prior to construction, so the township has a legal path to intervene in these matters, such as, but not limited to, the stormwater maintenance agreement as a prime example. And so we want to see a better process because it's clear that that was missed in the process. And we want to make sure that we have a good process in place so that we don't miss those kinds of things moving forward. And so that's kind of the background with the first recommendation, is that we just, obviously the process we had didn't work. So we need to update that. Number 2, any questions so far? All of these kind of bleed together a little bit, so we'll circle around towards the end. I'm going to let you take number 2, Ralph. So I'll let you stand in front of the microphone.
Okay, give me a tough one here, buddy. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to present. Just a little historical background. I've just served one term on the Planning Commission. Liked working with Steve and worked with the Tamaron Homeowner Association, and he asked me to come forth and help with the Planning Commission. I'm a old retired architect. Actually, I went to MSU in civil engineering and then went to U of M in architecture. And I've been an architect for about 45 years. So I was happy to help out in any way I could. Let me talk a little bit about number 2, a process needs to be defined and used to record key documents and milestones. The problem in the case of Round Hill, there was no organizational chart or checklist available to make sure the master deeds, bonds, and other project documents were recorded. A defined development process needs to be developed and used for the tracking of projects, including bonds, approvals, and deposits. Documents are to be filed with the township clerk. All township stakeholders should have access. If the construction work is done in phases, then there should be established deadlines for completing tasks outlined in the work plan, like doing the retaining wall within a certain limit. Set firm deadlines for key infrastructure elements, retaining walls, stormwater systems, retention ponds, roadways, etc., that must be completed before the builder can continue. The applicant must notify the planning director when a key infrastructure element is completed. Also, we really need to set forth in writing a defined process for development projects, so the required filings will be made as required and preliminary required actions are completed before building permits are issued and proper responsiveness to citizen complaints occur. Need to have this process be part of an overall computerized process, including pre-construction activities and records of their completion. Pre-construction activities and records of their completion, the status of all inspection department permits required and obtained, ongoing site visit inspection records, citizen complaints and how they are responded to, and all non-Cascade Charter Township regulatory agencies such as Kent County Road Commission or the state's EGLE. The computerized record should be accessible by all Cascade Charter Township departments involved in the development, including planning, inspections, the clerk, finance, if there's bonds involved, money, the manager, planning commission, and then the Cascade Charter Township Board of Trustees, you folks. No activities beyond soil testing and other tests that do not disturb the site's character, like tree removal, should be allowed until all preliminary actions are completed and entered into the computer database. The ordinances approving development projects need to be more carefully drafted so that developers do not take advantage of ambiguous requirements, which I think is what happened in the case of Round Hill. Any questions on that one?
Did you see a non-computerized checklist or anything?
I didn't see any checklist.
Who is our planning director?
We have
Then,
an interim planning director,
over with Round Hill, when
Steve Peterson. Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to go on to number 3. This is pretty brief. Establish a selection and approval process for a new township planning director. This is consistent with the wording in the draft Planning Commission bylaws. Township Board of Trustees, in consultation with the Planning Commission, is responsible for hiring a planning director. Real simple,
straightforward.
straightforward. Any questions on that? Okay, we'll move on. Number 4. It's another long one. Any deviation from the original approved site plan needs to be approved before changes are started. The problem, In the case of Round Hill, the former planning director made minor changes as allowed in the PUD ordinance, and I'll talk about those in a minute. The planning commission feels many of these changes were not minor, no way. With no written records of the changes found and without the board of trustees, you guys, or planning commission ever receiving notice of changes, this makes it more difficult for township officials to follow the PUD ordinance accurately. Section 2104 of the Cascade Charter Township zoning ordinance states, minor changes to a site plan may be approved in writing in advance by the planning director, providing the plan complies with all applicable requirements of this ordinance and all other township regulations or state law. The planning director may approve changes to a site plan for the following. Number one, change of location or type of landscape materials. Number two, minor changes to an approved site plan, which involve the addition or relocation of any of the following items: sidewalks, refuse containers, lighting, driveways and entrances, signage, retention or detention ponds. Number three, decrease in building size from an approved site plan. Number four, moving a proposed building to an approved site plan no more than 10 feet or 5% of the distance to the closest property line, whichever is smaller. Number five, an increase in building size that does not exceed 5,000 square feet or 5% of the gross floor area, whichever is smaller. And number six, new parking lots. That's right out of the zoning ordinance. All changes need to be documented and retained by the planning director in writing. All changes should also be reviewed by the planning commission on a regular basis. There should be no surprises here. If the builder proceeds with the change before approval is granted, the builder proceeds at their own risk. The final Round Hill site plan reflected a site condominium, not a traditional condominium, as approved by the Board of Trustees. That is a big change. You're suddenly putting lot lines around each one of those 10 units. That's a totally different change than what was in the original PUD ordinance. You know, that's not minor. None of the changes, including subsequent changes to a property lines of the site condo, were done with any approvals other than perhaps the planning director, I guess. In reviewing the planning department files, there were no written approvals of changes the planning director approved as required by the zoning ordinance. Section 2103 of the zoning ordinance requires that all conditions attached to the approval of a site plan or changes or corrections be placed on a revised site plan before it is marked approved. So there's an official record. At Round Hill, number one, some of the units were built outside of the building envelope shown on the drawings. It's supposed to be a 25-foot setback from the property line. There wasn't in some of the units. Number two, no building permit for the deck on Unit 8 was obtained prior to its construction. That was outside the building envelope shown. And number three, the developer did not adhere to the approved site engineering. With that, I'll turn it back to,
Member
Scott.
Moxley,
yes, any
Quick question.
questions?
the way our zoning ordinance is written about minor changes and what's required. Do you have any opinion about whether that's how that should be changed in itself? The language?
Well, I don't like number five, an increase in building size that does not exceed 5,000 square feet or 5% of the gross floor area. In this case, these units were, less than 5,000 square feet. If we, made virtually all of the units at Round Hill have been increased in size. A lot of them now have third garage stalls, which went outside the building envelope that were shown on the original PUD. So that's the one thing that kind of caught my eye, frankly. Timmy?
I have concern with the, under minor changes, detention and retention ponds. I feel that should be removed from the list of minor changes, and that should go back to the planning commission.
I would concur.
And just so everyone in the public is aware, this is the development that it's adjacent to this property, to the library's property. It's off what, Thorn Hills?
Right there.
So it abuts this property. It's
Right.
next this way. And It's essentially at the top of the large hill that eventually slopes down to the Thornapple River.
Yes,
And this is the one we got sued over by at least one resident.
Mr. Rhodey. And I want to be upfront with you folks. I know Mark Rhodey. I've known him for years. Back in 1984, when I was hired to work in Grand Rapids, actually I was hired in 82, but 1984, I was assigned to work as a project manager and project designer for Sentinel Point, which is on that property, and work with Bob Freiling and Mark Rhodey. And Mark was the construction manager for Bob Freiling, and I was the project manager on the architecture side. That was, I think we finished that planning in 85 or so. I haven't really spoken to Mark since then. So it's not like we're close, but I enjoyed working with him. I just want to be upfront about that. So I do know this area. Any other questions?
I'd just like to add on that one that I think the planning commission agreed that the minor changes definitions, that's something that we felt we could review a little better. We understand the need for the planning director to be able to make minor changes. I mean, if you have a site plan and builder comes in and says, hey, there's a mailbox in the way and we've got to move this over 7 feet. We understand that there are times when, you need to be able to accept a change like that. But we think there need to be a little better guardrails on the minor changes. And I think that sums that up. I'll stop right there. I don't want to get too far ahead into the next one. So the next one is number 5, which is establish roles and responsibilities for enforcement of zoning ordinances and site plans. The problem, staff responsible for enforcement and oversight was not clearly identifiable by citizens and staff. And really, I think number 5 and number 8 are very similar, but I'll take them as 2 because that's the way the planning commission listed them. So, so in any enforcement case, the township has to be cautious because it does not want to end up with an abandoned project. And I think that's a real concern from a planning director's position. When he looks at a project that's underway, you have to be careful because you could end up with a half-built neighborhood, and that would be a catastrophe. So it's carefully balanced with making sure our citizens are protected from mistakes at a project. I believe in the case of Round Hill, we had a perfect storm. First, I think we had a planning commission that for probably at least a couple decades, maybe longer, had given or allowed some of its responsibilities to shift to the staff. I think the planning commission became very relaxed in its role. And I think it relied on the staff probably more than it should have. And the staff stepped up to the plate to fill in that gap. But the second situation we had was where we had staff that was accustomed to telling developers that they need to correct an issue. And the developer would quickly respond. I think typically our planning department would say to somebody, you're doing this wrong. And they'd say, oh, I'm sorry. And they'd take care of the problem right away. In this particular instance, that was not the case. I think staff tried to work with the developer as they had done in the past with other projects and encountered a developer whom ignored their requests. I believe staff was somewhat unprepared for this type of resistance, having not encountered it before. The Kent County Road Commission acknowledged that they had never had a project with this many infractions and a developer who didn't take any preventative measures to help the situation, even after they cited him. I mean, we're almost 2 years into the project and he hadn't even really put grass seed down in the bare areas. They hadn't built any of the retaining walls. These are all things that the developer could have done to try to resolve the majority of the problems he was having, and he ignored those things. Our building department ultimately issued a stop work order related to the erosion on the site, and it was the only time Brian Wilson recalls this ever happening in over 15 years. This was a rare situation. We need a clear process to stop these problems if they occur again early in the construction phase. This would limit the hardships placed on neighboring properties. The process needs to be clearly documented to show which parts of the township are able to act on enforcement. Is that something that the township board can do? Is it the manager's call? Is it the planning director? Who issues a stop work order in the event that we have this type of a problem? The answers to these questions need to be clearly identifiable in a procedures manual, and all of the staff, the township board, the planning commission need to be familiar with that process. When Ralph was mentioning before the minor changes, one of the things that seems to come up, and I know in my personal experience in Cascade, this has come up once prior in the past in my, for me personally, but when the planning department or planning director makes a minor change on a project, I think that the entire planning commission and maybe even the township board should be made aware of that. I think it's only fair and appropriate, because part of the problem I see is that if the planning director made a minor change tomorrow that all the stripes in the parking lot had to be brown, and people came in here and complained about the color changing from yellow to brown, none of us know who made the decision why they're brown. There might be a reason behind it. I don't know. But if we were updated, even in a memo that was in at the beginning of our meeting that just told us what had happened, we would be prepared to know how to move forward in that instance. And I think in this case and others, that would have greatly helped things along if we knew what was going on, particularly on the planning commission level. If somebody comes in for an amendment to a project and we know that there has been a problem related to that project in the past year, when they come in for the amendment, we can work to try and amend the PUD to correct both problems, not just the one that's in front of us. So I'll move on to number 6, because I think I've taken a lot of time on 5. Need an official seal to use on approved documents. The problem was, upon request by members of this committee, no one at the township office could identify which set of plans was the current plan. It was not clearly labeled or dated. In March of 2016, ironically, I took a class on site plans as I was a new member on the planning commission, and the township sent me to a meeting with the Michigan Planning Association. There was some discussion about whether or not planning commissions should be signing off on site plans that it approves. In the class, it was recommended to be mandatory that the chair or secretary of a planning commission sign off on the plans at the completion of the meeting that they are approved at. I had not been on our planning commission very long, but at one of the meetings following the class, I gave an update about what I was taught about the proper process for site plans. I inquired about our process, and I was told that staff handles it, and the then chairman of the planning commission felt that the process was appropriate, and that was the end of the conversation. Despite the recommendations of the class, that's what the current policy stuck. After Round Hill and working through this process, it has become clear to me that we should be adopting the process, the policy of signing and dating approved site plans at the planning commission after the meeting where they are approved. No one at the township was able to locate the current site plan of Round Hill with 100% certainty. This is a process problem. Our own staff should not be placed in a position of not being able to clearly identify something as simple as an approved current site plan. I think it puts the staff in a bad position too, because, you know, whoever was there that had to deal with this that day, I think in one case it was even Manager Swayze, they get stuck trying to find something and it's not easily found. They look bad, and it's not their fault. They're not the one that labeled it. It was someone else, but it's a process issue. And I think we need to, deal with that. So that's a mistake we made at the planning commission level, in my opinion. And we have brought this up at the planning commission, and the planning commission has recommended to the interim planning director that we begin that process. I can tell you that I stand before you as the chairman of the planning commission for 2 years, and I have never signed off on a site plan because we've never done that in the time I've been on the planning commission. But our hope is that our new planning commission chair will have the pleasure of beginning to sign off on those documents. And I believe that the planning commission has conveyed that concern in the last few meetings, and that is the plan to move forward. I think it can only help protect the township staff as well as the planning commission. Yes.
Who said staff takes care of it?
I believe, I mean, this is thinking back, I looked, it wasn't in the minutes that I could find, but it
I
was
guess, who did
just,
you approach? Who would you ask for this information from?
what are you referring to?
This,
Asking for site plans
no,
or
the final.
to making
yes,
the
final
approved site plans? So initially, when I brought this up at the planning commission in 2016, is that what you're referring to? Or are you referring to the Round Hill site plans?
The Round Hill site plan, when you said no one could locate the actual approved site plan.
Ralph, I think, was it you and Craig that asked for those?
Greg looked for it, and I think worked with Ben on looking around somewhere for some of those records and couldn't find them anywhere.
I don't believe anything was clearly dated as to which was the current approved version. I think there were several site plans filed. And I'm sure if the former planning director had been there, he probably could have pulled it right out of the box and said, it's this one. But the point is that he was not there, and the staff that was there couldn't locate the approved site plan. And that's the problem. And I believe that is a fault of the planning commission. The planning commission should have made sure that at the time that site plan was approved, it should have been signed off on.
The planning, I disagree, because that's what we have planning directors and staff that are well paid and competent, or in theory, that's
Right.
100% on the planning director, whoever the staff is, that it gets a seal.
Well, I'm not going to disagree that they should have done that, but if it wasn't happening there, then I believe it should have happened at the planning commission level, because then we wouldn't have had to rely on them to stamp it. We would have known it was done, and we would have known that copy existed somewhere.
And,
So-
and you need to be told by whoever it is at the staff. And you can only know what's presented to you.
Right.
Make a recommendation, Scott. If there are a lot of different plans in the files. Here's stamp that say superseded on the ones that are no longer in effect. So we know.
That's a good idea. Yes, absolutely.
Were
Absolutely.
they dated?
Ones I saw were not. We asked for any files, Steve may have had of Round Hill projects, and they were put into 2 cardboard boxes and put in the planning department storage room. When Craig and I were interviewing staff, I went and got those boxes, brought them out repeatedly, and opened them up, looked through them, and I didn't find anything dated and stamped like that. I was kind of stunned.
Scott, there used to be a time when I was planning commission chairman that we did that.
Okay.
You go back, I can't remember now, it's been more than 16 years. But we used to not only stamp them, but every time we had a revision, we signed the plans and dated them.
I think it's a good policy.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't think it's time consuming, or,
No.
I don't see a reason not to do that.
Right.
And it didn't happen. And the time I've been on the planning commission, I've never seen it happen.
That used to be done all the time for the very reason that you knew as a chairman, when you signed it, when you approved it, and the date was on there.
Okay.
I
It
do
seems
think
given
we
that
need
you
to go
would
one
date.
step beyond that, more than just the title sheet being stamped and sealed. I think every drawing in that set should be stamped and sealed all the way along. So they can't just rip off the title page and use that. I think every
Yeah.
page should be
Yeah,
stamped.
these were the actual site plans that we approved at the planning commission that were signed.
It should be initialed or signed by the chairman, the chairman. We just changed. Question?
No, it just seems like it's common sense that it doesn't seem like this is difficult.
Let's take number 7 there. Okay. Moving right along. Yeah, because this kind of relates to it. Number 7, we need to coordinate, and got all these acronyms here. KCRC is Kent County Road Commission, Soil Erosion and Sedimentation Controls, also known as SESC, with CCT, Cascade Charter Township, Stormwater Ordinance, lots of acronyms. The problem at Round Hill, CCT deferred to KCRC for enforcement of all water runoff problems. The CCT Stormwater Ordinance focuses on water flow, while SCSC focuses on sedimentation. Well, that's the result of water flow. They are tied together. Kent County Road Commission enforces the SCSC rules. The Board of Trustees or staff should designate a person responsible for monitoring and enforcing the stormwater ordinance to prevent runoff onto neighboring properties. It was right across the street. They could have gone out there and said something and done something about it. I have here 9 reports from the Kent County Road Commission. You're all welcome to look at it. And in every one of them, these start in March of 2017 and go all the way until May 1st of 2019. And on every one of these, and they're all highlighted, the permanent retaining walls need to be constructed. And they weren't for over 2 years. Meanwhile, all this water is going downhill and all the sediment's going with it. And it's causing all kinds of problems on the roadie property. And if anybody wants to see what it looks like, I got pictures here too.
Manager Swayze, who at the staff level would be in charge of enforcing it? Or was at the time?
So at the time, the planning director would have been in charge of the enforcement of our ordinance. Of course, as noted in the document, the road commission is responsible for the soil erosion part. Coming up here, I mean, right now, myself and the interim planning director would be responsible if an issue came up now. However, we're in the process of finalizing a new organizational chart, hopefully bringing in
You're
a.
talking about back then. Who would have been receiving these complaints if residents were complaining?
So if the complaint came to the township, the planning director would have been receiving those complaints.
And that was who?
That was Steve Peterson.
You remember when you did Sentinel Point, the planning commission insisted on the gabion weirs along the Thornapple River Drive to keep the water and the sediment from running into the Thornapple River. Do you remember that part, Ralph?
That's going back a long way for
Yeah,
me.
I remember. it
I
well.
don't remember that.
Yeah, because that was a problem and they were built on the side of the hill in attempt to keep the sediment from running into the Thornapple River at the time. So and we did that at planning commission
Good.
level.
Good. And that was a very challenging project because of the steep grades
Yeah.
all the way around that. Okay, number 8.
It's funny you mentioned that, Jim, because those gabion weirs are still there and they still hold back sand every year. They still work. Okay, number 8, establish and document a concern resolution process for residents. Problem is, Round Hill neighbors voiced their complaints about erosion for 2 years without satisfactory resolution. Number 8, I think, is very similar to number 5, as I said earlier. The difference mainly being that number 8 focuses on how to take care of the residents who are aware of who is the responsible one to respond to an issue. If I come in with a complaint as a resident, it's very difficult for me to know who is knowledgeable and who is the right person to help me resolve my problem. We clearly need a process identified perhaps on the website so people know who to talk about an issue. Reading and hearing the neighbors' complaints with Round Hill, I almost get the feeling that the residents, they were stuck in a circular pattern. First, they would walk in and talk to the township, then they would get referred to the county, and then they would get referred maybe even to the DEQ before being returned back to the township. At the township, we don't want to get into a situation where we're referring people to another entity of government, but rather we are working with them to find a resolution. And maybe we have to do that as a team, working with another entity, such as maybe the road commission. But at no time should we abandon our residents. I realize this may seem uncharacteristic of government, but I think we need to stand with the resident when they reach out to the road commission or whatever entity they are engaging. Having other branches of government aware that Cascade Township is engaged in the process can only help those agencies take our residents' concerns seriously and hopefully bring quicker resolution to the problem. I think that, so I think with that, I would lead into number 9, which is the implementation plan. Or were you going to speak about that? Okay, well, I guess I'll let him talk about it. I was really excited to do that one.
Did you see in the cardboard boxes, the residents' complaints?
I did not.
How did you hear about the residents' complaint?
Well, I'm aware of the residents' complaints from sitting right, I think I was actually sitting with Sue, but I was somewhere right in there.
We were getting it from the residents.
I was hearing about the complaint.
Yeah.
So, that's how I remember hearing about the residents. I could probably give a little more detail about that, but I'll let Ralph.
And Mr. Rhodey did, and his wife both came to a lot of the planning commission meetings and voiced concerns. And so you saw that. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, number 9, implementation plan. Selected members of the planning commission and township staff, including the manager, planning director, and other staff members as needed, should work cooperatively to establish an implementation plan for the recommendations and provide the plan to the township board on or before June 30th this year for their consideration. This was a recommendation that came from Ben. And we added it in because we thought it made a lot of sense to kind of bring closure and everything on this. And I like that. And in the coming months, we'll sit down and work with staff. And I'm going to see you're looking at an organization chart that'll address some of these concerns like citizen complaints in an organized manner. Questions? Tom?
Yeah, Ralph and Scott, first, thank you very much. You did a very thorough job. You, the subcommittee, planning commission, overdue. There are process problems and a bad developer, and that perfect storm of lack of good processes and a really bad developer led to a lot of problems. I have a couple questions, comments. And number 3, you say establish a selection approval process for a new township planning director. The board of trustees in consultation with the planning commission is responsible for hiring a planning director. But that you might want to tighten that up. Who ultimately decides? Doesn't the planning director ultimately report to the township manager? So 2 things. 1, should the township manager also be involved? And 2, you said the planning commission, the board of trustees in consultation with the planning commission is responsible. So are you saying that the township board should interview in a public process and make the selection? It's just a little
Thanks.
general. That's what I was wondering.
I appreciate it. And it's a tough one. So, we bounced this around a little bit and I felt that it was maybe a little premature to even put it in there just because it refers to bylaws that are in a draft form even. But we were just talking about our bylaws and this came up in that discussion, I think our meeting prior. And so the planning commission put it in this list. I think that what it boils down to is the planning commission wants to have some say. They want to have some skin in the game of who gets chosen as the planning director. They feel that it is appropriate for them to be involved in that process. Obviously, the planning commission has to have a close relationship with the planning director. And so I think that's why we wrote it the way we did. I think Manager Swayze helped with that language and he has his hand up. So I'm going to let him take it.
Yeah. So the example I provided to them when we got to sit down and talk a little bit about this is the one department head position that we've replaced since I've been here was the fire chief. And we did that through a cooperative process because just like every piece of good government, there's checks and balances when it comes to hiring your employees, especially your high-level department heads. So, even though that position reports to the township manager, the township board is responsible for providing the funding for that position. So there's a good check and balance, and the members of the township board that were on the PSAC committee at that time know that they were heavily involved in that process. So I think developing that process for all of our department head positions are super important. And I would never make a decision to make a recommendation for a planning director position without the input of both the township board and the planning commission. So I think as we're working on number 9, the implementation plan, we can collectively come up with a process for hiring a department head position that would work that closely with the planning commission.
Okay, so this is going to be tightened up a little bit, if you will. Just, I mean, because
Yeah, I think that's the idea behind number 9 is that this is what the planning commission drafted so far. And I think the idea is that we need more buy-in from staff and other people to really polish it up. And that's the idea behind the recommendation to take it to the next level.
well, and in conjunction with that, again, trying to just be, the more, specific we are, generally the fewer problems we have. And we didn't have good processes in place. And they were kind of nebulous, as you said, and we didn't properly stamp and date, new versions of a plan, et cetera. And we need to do that. So I go to number 8 and it says, establish and document a concern resolution process for Cascade residents. And I think it'd be good to say, and designate a township director or township employee to respond to the resident and inform the planning commission. So there's some feedback that it's been done, because part of the problem was a complaint would be made and it would just go into a black hole.
Sure.
And so this puts somebody responsible for it.
In the Round Hill subcommittee meetings, our subcommittee, which consisted of Craig Merlin, myself, Ralph, and Temmie, we talked a lot about that role and the right person for that role. And it seemed what came up over and over again was a person with some project management experience. We felt like that's where we lack, is we don't have a good project manager with an engineering background, somebody with that type of background that can go to sites and make visits when there's concerns. And obviously it's hard to find a person with that criteria that wants to have a part-time gig walking around for the township. But that's really the type of person that ideally would be in that role. Yes.
Shortly after I started last winter, I remember there was an email. Manager Swayze, you were on it. Planning Director Steve Peterson was on it. The township engineer, which would have been Mike Baravotes from Fishbeck Engineering. It came in, but it was about one of the Round Hill Development employees had a hose and was standing at the edge of the property line, running water onto a residence adjacent lot. And I remember as the new supervisor, that came in, we were all copied on it. And then immediately Steve Peterson and Mike Baravotes, so our planning director and our township engineer, went out to investigate and handled it. I mean, it just kind of seems self-explanatory. We don't have that large of a staff that a black hole. I mean, I don't know of a formal process, but that's what happened as soon as I started. I don't know why. We have a township engineer, we have a planning director, and we have a township manager. It just seems, I can't believe that I got an email about a hose, water being run on an adjacent property as a new supervisor. Yet this kind of stuff went on for years. And we're scratching our heads trying to figure out who's would be responsible. This doesn't make sense.
Right across the street from the township hall.
Every time you leave the township hall, you look at Round Hill and you see the big mounds of sand. This is after a lawsuit. And we're scratching our heads saying, well, who is responsible? I mean, township engineer, planning director Peterson, township manager Swayze, you get all sorts of complaints and then you delegate them to the proper people. We don't have that large of a staff. This is shocking. It doesn't make any sense.
As I see it, there's really two positions here, whether they can be combined or not, I'm not sure. One is person to listen to the citizens and help them address those problems with the township. The other one is an enforcement person who goes out and checks out the sites to make sure that the ordinance is being followed in its greatest detail all the way through. Whether those are combined or not, I don't know, but it seems like we didn't have either one, frankly.
You guys have spent
The-
tons of your own time and really stepped up as residents volunteering to do something that frankly, I can't believe that our staff hasn't. Supposedly, there was already an internal investigation on this, but I saw in the details that no one was able to find anything in writing or anything even referencing an internal investigation.
We didn't have a report from that other than a verbal, we had a meeting with planning director Peterson at the time, and he explained his takeaways from their review. And some of those things I think were spot on. I see exactly now what he was saying in that process, but we did not find a written, official written report or anything of that review.
Manager Swayze, was there ever any internal or review or anything that was referenced?
Nothing written, nothing official. We had a couple debriefing meetings about what we could do better after the project had gone through the second PUD process.
Is this
I think
typical
that's
of how
really what-
developments, is this process typical of developments in Cascade?
I don't
Yes.
believe. I don't believe that to be the case, but in my opinion, because I've never seen anything unravel the way this did, but I think what really, I think there's a lot of differing opinions on this, but I can stand here and say that in my opinion, and what I saw, sitting in that chair, particularly on the planning commission, or maybe the chair next to it at the time, but with respect to Round Hill, a lot of people believe that the lawsuit that was presented by a neighbor brought closure to the issue, and I don't believe that to be the case at all. As a member of the planning commission, there was never any discussion of any lawsuit with the planning commission. We weren't engaged in any part of that process. But what I believe brought closure to the matter was the PUD amendment that was requested by the developer, because our building department discovered they had built decks on some of the houses that were not part of the permit. And that's really what opened the door for us to take a more proactive approach at some of the problems. For instance, just to give you a quick synopsis here, initially they had, in the original PUD, it said retaining walls had to be built, but the planning commission did not place a deadline on when those retaining walls had to be built by. And that key infrastructure was then allowed to be built as the very last step in the process, when logic would tell you that it would be the first thing you would build. But in this case, it was pushed way off. And so that created the mess of erosion. And when they came in for that PUD process, that's when we were able to ask the developer. In fact, I think I asked the question point blank. I said, what's going on with the status of the retaining walls? And the developer said that he couldn't agree on what material or where to put them, something to that effect with a neighbor, Mr. Rhodey. And so therefore he decided not to build them. And then I immediately said to Planning Director Peterson that I can't approve an amendment to a developer who is saying he's ignoring the current PUD. But that gives you an idea of what we're up against. We're up against a developer here that was not taking anything seriously. And I think that really that really created a hardship and exposed where we were vulnerable.
And I think it was financially driven by the developer.
No kidding.
Because that wall had to be.
So he was allowed to, at the top of a hill that runs to the Thornapple River, he was allowed to clear it and start building condos that, even though what are they originally listed as?
Well,
Connected?
they were all original. It was all,
Traditional condo.
yes.
Which means no property lines between the units.
Right.
So he was allowed to, although that's the plan, he was allowed to instead build separate condominiums entirely subject to different rules, everything.
Site condos with separate sites, separate plots.
And that was that was considered by our staff.
That's what we
minor
were told,
change.
is we were told that staff made a minor change to accept that. I I still, I don't know what I don't know how that happened because there's nothing in writing, but it just, the whole thing seems a little strange to me.
And this
But
is the development, when you pull out of the township, the old township hall, every day, you look across the street and it's right there.
right, so where I was going with this is it was our building department that discovered those decks. And that is when we talk about enforcement and people making site visits and things, it's pretty clear that there were probably a lot of red flags before that, that hopefully somebody could catch. The building department is the one on site most of the time, but they stay in their silo. If they're there to look at plumbing, they look at plumbing. They look at electrical, but nobody caught on that, oh, wait a minute, there's a 3-stall garage here and they were approved for a 2-stall garage. And those are the kinds of things that, red flags that probably could have been discovered a little
There
sooner.
was a deck that didn't show on the plan.
Right, and that's the one that apparently they came down and they asked Steve about that, and Steve said, there's not supposed to be any decks over there, and then.
And what
That's
about
what
the
started the
lat,
process.
that retaining wall is that huge stone wall that you can see from Thornapple River Drive?
That is correct, yes.
And that didn't come until after the lawsuit?
Well, what happened was they went in for the PUD amendment for the decks, and then we made it a deadline that had to be constructed, that they couldn't put that off any longer in the amended PUD, which was then approved. And once that was approved, then that rule stood. So they had to move forward with the wall.
Had staff
And that's
brought
what,
any of
that's
these,
what started the construction.
had staff brought any of these up to your attention before that point?
I think we had some updates about different things that were going on there, but we didn't get any details of the lawsuit. We didn't get a copy of it or anything like that. I mean, we never dove into that side of it. I think members of the planning commission occasionally asked questions for updates, and then we would get an update. But we did not get, as far as like minor changes and things, none of those came to us. And I think that would have been really helpful if we had heard the minor changes along the way. Yes, Trustee
Yeah,
McDowell.
we're trying to obviously fix some wrongs, bad processes,
Sure.
people let things, regardless of who's to blame, former planning director or whatever. So we don't want things to slip through the cracks again. We want to prevent rather than cure. But we also want to make sure that the neighbor who had the problem, bless their hearts, was done right. And I think, as I recall, the neighbor wanted the developer to pay $120,000 for restoration fines. And the planning commission approved $150,000 and the board approved $150,000. Now, again, this doesn't undo the bad that was done, but it helps to ameliorate the situation. And I believe that the resident did receive the $150,000 from the developer. So at least was that done right?
Yeah, I believe that in the end, and I'm sure there was some pain and suffering along the way, but I believe in the end that yes, the planning commission made that ultimate recommendation for remediation to the neighboring properties, and the board concurred with that, and it happened, I believe.
So we forced the developer to pay the resident, which was, again, doesn't do away with all the grief and
Absolutely.
problems. But then,
Absolutely.
if that was the case, did the developer pay the resident?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Is that, what about the performance bonds at the beginning? What was that?
I don't know the details about the performance bonds.
I think they were required to pay those as well.
And did they pay, that's money up front in case things go wrong, correct?
Well, I think initially those weren't collected, but then subsequently later they were.
In the form
So,
of the,
and I believe that they were increased in size significantly. I think at one point,
50,000 to 150,000.
well, yes, and then there was also, the developer had to essentially cover the cost for the township to have when they were building the wall, the township employed a firm to monitor the project, a third party, if you will, to make sure that things were being built to the proper standard. And the developer had to pick up the tab on that engineer as well to verify every step of the way was being done right. Really, it became a very costly project for the developer because it just,
Because they blew it.
that's the way it went. Yes.
Did we find actual receipt that bond, 150,000 was paid?
I haven't seen a copy of a receipt.
Treasurer Pierce, did you see a receipt? Did you receive that $150,000 bond?
I have no idea.
I think that's something we want to check into to verify that that actually did happen. Thank you.
You go ahead. I was just gonna say, you've done a very thorough job and I appreciate the work you did, and sounds like you've had some preliminary meetings with Manager Swayze and things are underway to start the process. Is that correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
And I look forward to working with Manager Swayze on the implementation to make sure we bring all this closure with a long-term solution.
Yeah, and I would say the feeling's mutual. Myself and interim planning director Hillbrands have kind of looked them over and started to have some ideas about computerized process. We use BSNA for a majority of our software needs in Cascade Township, and they have a project manager module. So once we have a couple meetings about implementation plan, we would invite BSNA out to kind of do a demonstration for us and see if it meets the requirements that you guys would be looking for as planning commissioners. That program would be nice because it ties in with all of our other databases, right? So you can tie it in with the building inspection permits and the assessment records and all of that. It provides a more robust database. If we decide that it's not something that fits those needs, there's a host of other software programs out there as well. And explore those too.
I think that's great. Real brief, that reminds me of one of the things that former planning director Peterson had mentioned was that he felt when the process began for Round Hill, they had initiated the PUD, the stormwater maintenance record, and some other documents that had to be recorded at the county. And then they sent the developer off with that stuff to go file it with the county. And then normally the person returns in a week or so with the receipt that things have been filed and gets their building permits. In the case of Round Hill, I think it was like a year and a half went by. And then they came back to get their building permits. And I think what happened, based on the conversation we had, is that in that long period of time, our staff kind of lost track of where they were in the project because and that's where this idea of this type of software would have caught that, I think, a little better than what was going on.
Staff assumed it was
Currently,
taken
so,
right care of.
right,
After a year.
And so they issued the permits, and so that was the kind of the first step that fell apart. And again, it was because it was untypical of a developer to stall the project like that, and we hadn't experienced that before. But so certainly that would benefit greatly. So we know you have a full agenda, so I'll let you.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Some comments. First of all, you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of disconnects in this entire process. There's disconnects in the township office as well. Every single meeting we've had here for the past 2 months, we've had citizens say, quote, nobody ever gets back to me. And I know that Ben's working on trying to fix that too. So perhaps part of that fix will also come down. Secondly, a road commission comes along and says, I'm writing you a citation. Who does that go to? Does that go to the township or the builder?
Was the vote.
Well, apparently we never recognized it, did we?
And well, we have copies of it, but I think that was given to me by Wayne Harrell at County Road Commission.
Probably. For your information, this Round Hill had been brewing for a long time. I came here to the meetings. I heard Mr. Rhodey. I heard some of his support. I heard his lawyer. You guys were kept out of the loop too. That lawsuit was sitting out here for a long time before it was finally settled. So there's problems there. I look at 3 things. Tell me, in your opinion, do you think that this whole fiasco was due to 1, negligence, 2, incompetence, or 3, deliberate wrongdoing? I want to know what your opinion is of those 3. And you can take the least of the 3 if you want. I don't care.
I'm going to start.
Go for it.
Can't wait.
And I don't talk about the builder doing deliberate wrongdoing. We've already decided
We know
that.
what he did. Yeah. To me, I think it's a matter of what I'll call silos for different departments in the county, in the township, and not enough communication. A lot of stuff was falling under a white ether between those different silos. And we need better coordination between the building department, you know, saying, hey, you've got a problem out there, you better do something about it, to the planning department.
Okay.
You know, I just think it's a coordination issue. So I don't think it was intentional, but.
Other than from the builder.
Other than from the builder who's kind of saw what was going on and took advantage of it.
I'd like to know if that builder's got any permits out in this township still today, but that's another story. Heard several times in your presentation, we hope this, we hope that, we hope the other thing. I want to remind everybody here, hope is not a method. That was taught to me by a colonel. Now remember that. Hope doesn't get you any change. That's all I have to say.
I think Timmy had his hand up.
So how many committee meetings did you actually have?
For Round Hill?
Round Hill Subcommittee?
Oh, gosh, I have to think we had at least half a dozen. 6 or 7, I think,
I'm gonna say 6 or 7 of them.
maybe 8. somewhere in
The
there.
reason I'm going there is, I sat on the subcommittee more as a witness, as the ex officio member of the planning commission. I just wanted to see the process. These guys did a wonderful job. They put together a fabulous report. Craig Merlin, Mr. Moxley spent a tremendous amount of time interviewing, traveling to the road commission, interviewing, gathering through documents to put this together. They did a great job. And I think they should be thanked for all the efforts that they put into this.
I would say that Member Merlin and Member Moxley did spend a great deal of time meeting with other people, including Wayne Harrell, the road commission, and you're absolutely right, Trustee Norduck. They did the bulk of the legwork on this. Yeah.
And for the record, I was there more as a witness. I did not influence anything that went on in this report. I tried to stay back from all of it. I would answer a question.
I would say that Trustee Nordhook provided the least amount of words in our meetings. I would concur with that.
That was my goal.
And I think I know who spoke the most words in our meetings, but
You do too.
I'll let you guys use your imagination on that one.
It's funny when you talk about a lack of coordinated effort, because I wasn't here for any of the time period that you spoke of when Round Hill was flushing out, but I was here after the forming of the subcommittee. And it was pretty coordinated when Mr. Moxley and Mr. Merlin came into the township to ask questions and it was immediately Director Peterson, former Assistant Manager Fast, and then Event Manager Swayze. It was very coordinated in their response, and it was not long when they started asking questions and documents that everything had to go through Manager Swayze. First, it was Mr. Peterson, then as former Assistant Manager Fast, then everything through Manager Swayze. So I don't get the sense that we operate at the staff level in silos the way it comes out, how this was done, but.
All right. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, I have one more question, Mr. Moxley and Mr. Rizzi. That site development and stormwater runoff facility maintenance agreement, is that the document that would be required for adjacent property owners to have some kind of remedy?
Well, what that document is for is in all of the developments that we approve at the planning commission level, we have this type of document. And what it states is that the site has to have a system to manage the stormwater from the site, on site. If for some reason down the road that system fails or maintenance hasn't been done to the site and there needs to be maintenance of that system, if the owner of the system does not step in and take care of the problem, that document essentially allows the township to step in and correct the issue so that the person downstream, if you will, is not dealing with the aftermath of a system that is failing due to poor maintenance. So it's essentially gives us the ability to step in, and it's an insurance policy, if you will, where the township can step in and correct the issue. it's a very well thought out thing that most developers don't want to sign it because, because it scares them, I think. But the reality is that if they do their maintenance, there won't be any problems.
In this case, it was the maintenance agreement for Round Hill was March 10th, 2016. Is that the right date for that?
That is the date of the agreement. Yes, I believe it wasn't filed at the county until December of 19.
That was my question, because the developer's signature and the developer's signature was notarized with the date of December 9th, 2019. Do you remember that? That was in
Yes,
Mr. Merlin's detail.
that is correct. So the township signed the document in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Your
That's my-
predecessor signed the document in 2016. And then the developer's notary, if I'm not mistaken, changed the date on the document to 2019
Well,
when it was
that's where it's
filed.
not clear. So you've got December 9th, 2019. This is my question. If you know, it's kind of outside of the purview of you guys, but you've got the date of 2019. Oh, sorry, 2016, but then the developer's signature was notarized December 9th, 2019. So that's almost 3 years after the date on the document. And then for the township, you've got former Supervisor Bean's signature next to that. And that was notarized by our former deputy clerk, Padley Gallagher, who worked directly under Clerk Slater. And the document that we're talking about has a date that she notarized former Supervisor Bean's signature on December 9th, 2016. So that's different, 2019 for the developer's notarization, but for Supervisor Bean with Padley Gallagher's signature, 2016. My question is, or more of a concern, it's a matter of record that former deputy clerk Padley Gallagher was hired into the township October 2019. So she did not work for Cascade Township on December 9th, 2016. And then equally troubling, you can look up at the state licensing page. She was not even a licensed notary on December 9th, 2016. She was not a licensed notary. Were you aware of that, Clerk Slater?
It was not till I saw it in here.
So the fact that it took someone within the township nearly 3 years to secure the developer's signature is a defect in the process that you guys have done a fantastic job flushing out, and we can address that internally. But the discrepancy regarding the township's former deputy clerk notarizing a document is another matter. It's outside of your purview, but I believe it warrants further investigation by other entities. And it's kind of like the icing on the cake on this Round Hill situation.
Thank you for your time, everybody.
No, you don't need to.
Yeah,
You have done enough. Thank you. Article 5, public comments. This is the time to speak on anything on tonight's agenda except for items that already have their own public hearing, of which we have 2. There will be a separate public hearing for the proposed stormwater ordinance. And there will also be a separate public hearing for the proposal to remove a planning commissioner. Those will have their own public comment period, so please refrain at this time from commenting on those. Other than that, please come to the podium if you're able, state your name and address for record keeping. We've got a full agenda tonight, so please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And Ms. Brott, Manager Swayze, we'd like you to help us keep time.
Good evening, Jeff Dion, 2984 Thornapple River Drive. I've attended a lot of the meetings associated with Round Hill pretty much from the start. I think in question to the filing, the Mark Rody case brought up the fact that that document wasn't signed. And that's one of the reasons by the builder. I remember that as being part of the discussion of his original claim here in front of you. In regards to some of the things, I think this was an excellent presentation by the two members of the planning commission. What you had before you in the form of your planner was one person that selectively enforced rules upon the citizens of the community. It's I've been here in front of you and talked to that for years. Look up my comments. Selective enforcement has always been one of my biggest concerns. You talked about, you addressed the fact that things weren't always answered correctly. And, I can bring up a couple of those that I brought before this board, before Mr. Peterson directly, before Stephanie Faust. One was the fact I have an abandoned house across the street from my house. It's a concern. It's falling down the hill. It's unmaintained. Brought it ahead in front of Steve Peterson. This is an ongoing thing, 8 years probably now. And I was told that it was a county issue. So I wrote the county. And I was told, no, it's a township issue, the town, and it's a circular firing squad where nothing ever got done. And it was, oh, Stephanie's going to take care of it. And she's going to look at it with this sheriff. And the guy goes out and works on it one day in 3 years and claims that he's working on it, keeping it maintained, and it's shuffled under the rug. Meantime, Steve Peterson's out selectively enforcing 2 garages on properties, and making people remove an extra storage building when Round Hill is left alone and you don't even know if you have your deposit. I mean, come on, this is not how business gets done. As a builder, I've worked on huge projects like this and much bigger projects. There should be, when you have your site plan, there's trees, berms, everything. There should be a date, progression, should all be marked off. You guys got to really get this together on this. And I think that you have the right people to do it. It's just a matter of putting the system and process in place to do that. Round Hill's been a concern. I drove by it one day and just about had a conniption fit because there was a foundation full of water. And I was scared some kid was going to fall in it and drown. It's right across from the office. Why didn't a building inspector see that? That's something he can call out immediately. Should have been pumped, should have been, that foundation sit there for 2-3 months. I mean, I could go on the site and point out which one it was, but it was never addressed. Now, as a citizen, I don't have time to call in and do all this stuff. I got other matters in my life, but this is something you guys should be right on top of, because when somebody drowns in a foundation, there's a big problem. And that's one of minor problems. I don't know what that is. Okay. I'm just going to leave you with this. You have $150,000 worth of erosion below in the river bayou, below this property. You should keep that money that you've collected, if you've collected it, and abate it by dredging that river and restoring the damaged property that we, Cascade Township, and us, the citizens, own. It's a shame that this project has gone to this level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Grunsky, 3056 Thornapple River Drive. We, my husband and I live across Thornapple River Drive, just a little bit east of where Mr. Rhodey lives. We have on our property, the water that came down the hill on Mr. Rhodey's property goes under the road and then comes through a culvert and then goes down the side of our property. During the time of this Round Hill debacle, we personally took pictures of muddy, silt-filled water running down the side of that culvert underneath, along the side of the rocks along our property, going into the stream that then goes into the Thornapple River. On numerous occasions, we took pictures, we took them to the township. We were told it had to go to the Kent County Road Commission, who we then called. I know the pictures went somewhere because we took them. The amount of silt and the amount of sandbars that we now have down along our property is incredible. And our next door neighbor, he can barely get his boat in. When you see the river you can see the legs of geese standing there because there is no depth to the river there in the bayou. And the silt was a huge contributor to that. And then my only other comment is, speaking to the gentleman that just spoke about abandoned houses, we have the house
minute.
across from us that has never been inhabited because it can't have a septic system. And we've seen teenagers in there and my husband's gone over and said, you guys don't belong here. I'm going to call the county if you don't leave. But nothing's ever been done about that house either. And we've talked to, we've asked what happens about this? And nothing's been done.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience wishing to participate in person or comment in person?
Okay, I believe we have at least one Zoom participant. Her name's Jennifer, and I'm going to tear up her name, Poplava, and I'm going to allow her to speak. And if any of the rest of the Zoom participants would like to speak during public comment, please use the raise hand on your Zoom or *9 on your telephone.
You actually pronounced that quite perfectly, so congratulations. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Poplava. My address is 2180 Spalding, and I am currently the chair of the Cascade Township Downtown Development Authority Board. I spoke at a prior board meeting regarding the supervisor's recommended appointments for township boards because I was troubled by the recommendations regarding appointments for the DDA board. And although the recommendations look to be unchanged in the agenda packet, I learned from Supervisor Lesperance earlier this evening that she's revising those recommendations to leave the DDA board as is and to allow the current board members who were at the end of their terms last year to continue their appointments. So I just wanted to offer my thanks to Supervisor Lesperance for listening to my concerns.
Thank you for sharing them.
Would anyone else like to speak on Zoom? I'll wait a few moments. It appears that no one else is raising their hand. Supervisor Lesperance?
Okay, thank you. That will conclude this portion of public comment. Article 6. Is there discussion or a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Shipley makes a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Support.
It's a motion by trustee Shipley, supported by trustee McDonald to approve the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Article 7, financial actions. Is there discussion or a motion?
Motion made to approve the financial actions as they're written.
Support.
That's a motion by trustee Shipley, supported by trustee Kessel to approve the financial actions. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Article 8, unfinished business. Item 128, 2021. Consider appointments to various boards and commissions. These are, as supervisor, these are my appointments, so I will walk through them. I would suggest we vote on these separately. I will address them separately. First, we'll start with the DDA appointments that Chair Poplava just referenced. Slightly, this is the only change in tonight's packet. One of those, I've changed it. Steve Steffen, who is currently a serving member, I'm offering him for reappointment. He has done a fantastic job. I regret that I didn't put him up initially. I apologize to him and also to Chair Paplava, and I appreciate their feedback. But he is willing to continue serving. The person, I've spoken with all parties involved, so I would recommend him to be reappointed to that position. The other person, the resident, district resident appointment, has also done a fantastic job. He no longer wishes to serve, but he stepped up when he was needed. Because he would prefer to not be reappointed, I'm going to keep the recommendation or the appointment for Gordon Reynolds as district resident. So he would be a new appointment and his first term would be set to expire December 31st, 2025. So I'd like to thank Gary DeWitt for his service. I want to apologize that I didn't reach out to him sooner, but given his decision, I'll make one new appointment in that position. With regard to the Downtown Development Authority, is there questions or a motion?
I make a motion to approve the supervisor's recommendation for the DDA board as she stated.
I'll second that.
I just have a question. So is that, you're not appointing Kristen Carlson, is that correct?
Correct. And I've spoke to her also, so it's going back to the current person who's serving in that position.
Thank you.
And the other person was offered it. He was really good, but he would prefer not to. So the other one is the same, Gordon Reynolds.
And that was Gary DeWitt.
Yes. So that's a motion by trustee Shipley, supported by trustee Nordhook, to approve the appointments for the Downtown Development Authority. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. The Zoning Board of Appeals. These are all reappointments. Just the two members who are already serving, reappointment of them. Their third term would expire on December 31st, 2024. Is there a motion or discussion?
Motion to approve.
Support.
It's a motion by trustee
Kessel.
Kessel, supported by trustee McDonald, to approve the appointments for the Zoning Board of Appeals. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. The Board of Review. These are all reappointments, so they're all reappointed to a third-year term, or who I'm recommended, which would expire December 31st, 2024. The exception to that is one of the alternates was no longer able to serve. So thank you to Assessor Genter, who went out and found someone who qualified and had the specialized training in this area. And so the new appointment would be Nancy Hillary, and she would be serving her first three-year term, which also expires on December 31st, 2024. Is there discussion or questions or motion?
Motion to approve.
Support.
It's a motion by trustee Kessel, supported by trustee Shipley, to approve the Board of Review appointments. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. The Planning Commission appointments. The two members whose terms expired on December 31st, members Moxley and members Corstange, I would like to offer for reappointment. They've done a fantastic job. It would be Mr. Moxley's third term. We're lucky to have him. And Ms. Corstange, it would be her first full term. Those would expire in 2024. There's one vacancy that was held by member Katzma. And I recommended Mr. Alan Rowland, who was term limited on the Parks Committee, but did a fantastic job. And I recommend his appointment now to the Planning Commission.
Move to approve.
Support.
It's a motion by trustee McDonald, supported by trustee Shipley to approve the planning commission appointments. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. The Parks Committee. 2 members' terms expired. They were term limited. But I'm only offering 1 person for appointment because the bylaws, once they were found in a box in former planning director Peterson's office, now that we know there are bylaws, they should be followed. I'm offering Ms. Wendy Corstange to be appointed for the 3-year term, which would be expiring December 31st, 2024. This would give a liaison to she's currently on the planning commission. This would kind of help link the different boards and commissions. She would now serve on the Parks Committee as well. I just want to say that Mr. Rowland and then Dawn McDonald, trustee McDonald's wife, were term limited, but they did a fantastic job. And the Parks Committee has been doing such a great job, at least since I've been. They're really on fire. They're making huge changes. And it wasn't, I did not want to end that, but I appreciate their service. And I think Ms. Corstange will do a wonderful job also.
Move to approve.
Support.
It's a motion by trustee McDonald, supported by trustee Shipley, to approve Ms. Corstange to the Parks Committee with the term expiring December 31st, 2024. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next, the Thornapple River Special Assessment District Ad Hoc Committee. This is just simply, there were 2 additional residents who had expressed concern, who expressed a desire to serve on this ad hoc committee. It's my understanding that 1 meeting has already happened. This is separate from holding up the process, but they both seem like thoughtful, involved residents, and those would be Mr. Paul Strauss and Mr. Charles Whitley. So no matter which side they're on, I think that they should be included in this ad hoc committee. So I would recommend those 2 be added to that advisory committee. Their motion or discussion?
Make a motion to approve them, especially considering that some of them come to these board meetings on a regular basis. Shows that their involvement is strong.
I just want to comment that we had a time frame, and I think we have a really good committee right now. I don't think we should add 2 additional people to it because I think the ad hoc committee is a really good committee. And the people who got on that committee, put their bios out there on time, said they want to be part of it, and they were selected. And I don't think at this point, I would rather wait a year, let them do their thing before we start adding new members.
Well, as a member of the committee, Tom has got some good points, but not all the members can meet all the time. Therefore, a larger body of citizens that are involved, I think would benefit the committee overall. I mean, there's times when the committees in time, that you and I sit on a couple of committees, and it's like, do we have a quorum here today or not? Not quite sure. So I think the addition of a couple people is probably prudent.
My arm might be able to be twisted. I just am concerned about the people who didn't apply because they didn't meet the timeline. And so what if they come and say, well, geez, had I known that you were going to add others, then I probably would have thrown my ring in the hat too. So I'm just wondering if it's fair to the residents, because I know that there are residents over there who said they wish they could be on the ad hoc committee as well. So I just want to try to make sure that we're fair. But I think, John, you make a good point. We get more people on because people can't attend every meeting.
Those are good. I don't disagree with either of you.
No, I think we're all right.
For background, just so the background, so you guys have the most information before you make your decision. So everyone who had requested to be on the committee with a formal application got on, except to keep the balance on such a contentious issue. Charles Whitley, who has done a great job of speaking at board meetings, he was not included initially. And then Paul Strauss had sent an email. And he had sent an email without the formal application. Everyone who had asked that I received any emails or applications from, was put on the committee with the exception of these two. So these two, if we include them, as far as I know, everyone has gotten on who's requested. So it's really up to this board.
I'm good with it if everybody else is comfortable that it was a fair process.
Yep. Sounds good to me. And everybody that showed interest got tagged. I make a motion that we accept the recommendations for the Thornapple River ad hoc additions.
A second.
That's a motion by trustee Shipley, supported by trustee Nordhook to approve the appointments to the Thornapple River Special Assessment District Ad hoc Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next up, we've got the Township Board Standing Committee appointments. These are the three-person board member advisory only subcommittees that meet once a month, Wednesday mornings, and that are frequently referenced here at township meetings as far as making recommendations to the full board. Per our policy, these are annual appointments that would be appointed at the final township board meeting of the year by the supervisor and approved by the township board. The appointments, the people that I've appointed, the appointments are reasonable. They provide a measure of fresh perspective. We just listened to a detailed report about the Round Hill, from the Round Hill Subcommittee that cited a public or a PUD ordinance that took almost 4 years to file, a deed that took 2 years to file. There's no final site plan in our file at the township, and they had a host of approvals made without any clear process or record, and that resulted in a lawsuit against this township by one of our own residents. We're also coming off the heels of that new township hall that was recommended by trustee Kessel. You were chair of the Personnel Finance Committee at the time, and it was overwhelmingly rejected by the community. The current township hall renovation is significantly over budget, over several hundreds of thousands of dollars over the estimated initial budget. That's a concern. The 6-month review or update that was noted in our township manager's evaluation was never completed. There were 2 signature lines, and trustee Kessel, as chair of the Personnel Finance Committee, you signed both of those signatures. And those were signed after I became supervisor without my knowledge. Had no idea that that had even occurred, and had no idea that there was a 6-month review. That was as you serving as chair of the Personnel Finance Committee. 5 out of the last 12 governance committee meetings were canceled in 2021. On at least one occasion, trustee Kessel, as chair, you unilaterally and arbitrarily canceled and rescheduled the Personnel Finance Committee meeting without any prior.
Follow the procedure that we've always followed.
The procedure is in the absence of a chair, the vice chair will serve. That's clearly, will run the meeting. That's clearly in our policy. Against our policy, you unilaterally canceled and rescheduled that at a time that was convenient with you without checking with all members of the committee. That's a matter of fact. I'll continue. All of these, and this isn't everything, are oversight issues, and committees are a part of this oversight process. Whether it's fair or not, these committees are a source of distrust by many in the community. It wasn't until the past year, and it was after I started, that even though we said in our policy that it would comply with the Open Meetings Act, we in fact started complying with the Open Meetings Act by making the schedules of these committee meetings available so that the public could attend, and also publishing the written notes about what happened at these committee meetings publicly so that the public could know what happened. And Manager Swayze, it took almost a year for you to put those governance committee meetings online, and I had to ask multiple times. These committee assignments are not tenured. And they're also not supposed to serve as a parallel government that operates in exile until the next election, after the election by a new supervisor. Again, these appointments are reasonable. They provide a fresh perspective. They're consistent with the fact that a new supervisor was elected by the public. And they're what I think is what's best for Cascade Township. I reappointed every person that was willing to serve in all the other boards and commissions. The couple shifts that I've made on this policy, as far as the subcommittees, I will not change, and that's what I offer for tonight.
Are we voting on these individually or all as one?
We are voting on this committee. They are all related. We're voting all as one. This is for the Township Board Standing Committee appointments, as written in the packet.
Comments?
Comments?
Without the committees, these meetings drag on long into the evening, which I'm okay with. I mean, I was hired by you guys to sit on the board, and that's okay with me. The purpose of the committees was to expedite and do a little bit of research into the various subjects that come up, for instance, like the Cascade Fire Department or the governance or the infrastructure committee like Tom and I sit upon. Once again, if these committees are not voted on and approved, we're going to be here some long nights, and I'm not going to watch Hogan's Heroes at 11 o'clock. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you asking for a motion?
Or discussion, questions? It's up to the board.
Well, I have a comment. I just think it's a mistake not to keep Trustee Kessel on finance. You, Supervisor, yourself have admitted you don't know anything about budgets, and that's not really the place to learn. We need someone on there who has expertise in that field, and Trustee Kessel's done an excellent job, and that's why I won't approve that.
I would support what Sue says. Jim has done a great job and has really saved this township a lot of grief and money over the years, especially working with Treasurer Pierce on our unfunded pension liabilities and our health insurance program, which was very expensive for the township, and we worked it out very amenably with township staff, our employees. And that was really, really valuable. The one did away with millions of dollars of unfunded pension liabilities that this township was going to suffer, and was kicked down the road for 20 years until Member Kessel and Treasurer Pierce really took it up. So I think he's extremely valuable on the Finance Committee and personnel as well.
I've served with Trustee Kessel for 5 years on the Personal Finance Committee. I think he does an exceptional job. He's got great experience. He's probably forgotten more about finance than Timmy and Grace and Ken will ever know. I think it would be a loss to the township to take him off that. He can sit in on the meetings. Timmy can sit on the meetings and observe under the Open Meetings Act if he wants to, so he can learn. I don't think that he shouldn't learn on the job.
I have one last comment. Jim is always, I've listened to him for advice. He is extremely knowledgeable in finance. My only concern with anybody, not just Jim, but anybody, when you don't hold your meetings. Jim sits on a very powerful meeting or committee right now. That's personnel and finance. There's things that happened in personnel and finance that they made decisions about that I, as a board member, had no idea. So is there a parallel government in this township? You bet your sweet Bippy there is. And I have a problem with that. Things should come out in the township board meetings so that all the residents, whether you agree with it or not, and when I get up tonight, I'm going to thank you for all being here, although you don't all see my way, so that the residents know what's going on, and more importantly, with their tax dollars. So you need to have active people on these committees in order to do that. And without active committees, I'm going to be here missing Hogan's Heroes every night. That's all I had to say.
Is there further discussion or a motion?
I make a motion to approve the list of personnel as you recommended.
I'll second that. But I also have a comment. Is that maybe I'm not a banker, but I have owned multiple businesses. I've managed multiple businesses. I've been in finance in all of those, and they've all been successful. So I just want to put that out there that, yeah, you're not hiring a gardener.
We went through this last year. And it turned out that that our ex officio member to the planning commission wasn't even legally on the planning commission, and the law didn't matter to those voting against it. We still voted to keep on an ex officio member who was not legally on our own planning commission.
One more comment is I do show up to all my committee meetings.
That's a motion by trustee Shipley, supported by trustee Nordhook, to approve standing committee policies, or excuse me, appointments as included in the packet. Let's do a roll call.
Trustee Kessel,
No.
Treasurer Pierce,
No.
Trustee McDonald,
No.
Trustee Nordhook,
Yes.
Trustee Shipley,
Yes.
Clerk Slater, no. Supervisor Les Brents.
Yes. Motion failed. Article 9, new business. Item 001, 2022. Public hearing on the proposed model stormwater ordinance for Cascade Township. Manager Swayze?
Great, thank you. So we own and operate a small municipal separate storm sewer system. You're going to hear a lot of acronyms as I go through this, otherwise referred to as MS4, that serves township-owned facilities and parks. If you're not aware of what an MS4 is, it's a conveyance or system of conveyances. It has to be owned by a state, city, township, village, or other public entity. It has to discharge the waters of the US. It has to be designed or used to collect or convey stormwater. It's not a combined sewer, so it doesn't involve household or other waste coming from an actual building. And it is not a part of a sewage treatment plant or a publicly owned treatment works. So in order to prevent harmful pollutants from being washed or dumped into MS4s, municipalities such as Cascade Township are required to obtain what's called a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Permit, otherwise known as a NPDES. And we're also responsible for developing a stormwater management plan, an SWMP. So the SWMP describes our stormwater control practices that will be implemented consistent with our permit requirements to minimize the discharge of pollutants into the sewer system. So we partner with ELGRO, also known as the Lower Grand River Organization of Watersheds, in order to help administer our MS4 permit, along with 23 other Kent and Ottawa County organizations. So each community in the group had the opportunity to use the model ordinance and manual with some modifications to suit the individual community specific goals, provided that the minimum state requirements were met during the process. So it has been a long process for us. Our proposed ordinance and manual reviewed and tentatively approved by the Township Board in 2016, and were subsequently submitted to the state for review and approval. And we had been waiting until June 30th of 2021 for our permit to be approved when it was. So part of the conditions of the stormwater MS4 permit is the approval of our new stormwater ordinance. So in the packet, I included a host of things. There was a Stormwater 101 presentation that was given to the Township Board in August of 2021, including a copy of the approved Cascade Township NS4 NPDES permit, a memo from the township engineer outlining the proposed ordinance changes. I provided a link to the current stormwater ordinance as well as the new proposed Cascade stormwater ordinance. So at the last township board meeting, the township board set the public hearing for the proposed ordinance tonight. I also encourage, I encouraged everybody to read over the memo from our township engineer that really detailed the changes between our current stormwater ordinance and the one that's being proposed. So tonight, the request of this meeting is just to hold the public hearing to solicit feedback on the proposed ordinance. Based on the feedback that we received tonight, staff will prepare a final draft of the ordinance to be presented to the board for adoption at a future meeting. Now, the adoption of the stormwater ordinance itself comes with minimal cost, really includes staff time, printing and publishing. However, I do want to note that the new requirements of the ordinance may increase costs to the township in regards to regulatory activities and costs for future development projects. However, it's difficult at this time to quantify exactly what those additional costs are. So one of the biggest changes in our stormwater ordinance is currently when we have a development project in the township that is not exempt from our stormwater ordinance, they have to meet the stormwater ordinance requirements for any new impervious surface that they're creating as part of their project. If the new stormwater ordinance is adopted, they actually have to follow the stormwater ordinance based on pre-development levels. So if you had a building on a piece of property and you were going to add a 10,000 square foot addition to it, you would have to follow the stormwater ordinance for both the old part of the building and the new part of the building based on our new ordinance. On the old ordinance, you only have to follow the stormwater ordinance based on the new part of the building. That is really the primary difference between what we are proposing to adopt with our stormwater ordinance and what a lot of other communities are adopting. That's an additional step that we decided to include in the ordinance to ensure that as these redevelopment projects happen in the township, we're getting better quality stormwater discharge by requiring the developers to abide by the stormwater ordinance for the entire piece of property. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Ben, I got a question. How often do we have a situation where, let's say, manufacturer ABC adds on and it significantly alters their plans? Is it very often, or is this a rarity?
So I would say, I wouldn't say it happens very often, but it really depends on when the original part of the building was developed, right? So the stormwater ordinance that we currently have is still a fairly recent artifact approved in the early 2000s, right? So we have buildings in the township that were built in the 1960s and 1970s that didn't really have any of the stormwater regulations at all. So, when a project comes in, if the original part of the building was built in 2008 and then the new part of the building comes in, it's not going to alter their plan too much.
Okay.
Whereas, the things that we're really concerned about, if their building was built in the 1960s and it's a 100,000 square foot building, they really didn't have any stormwater controls or as stringent stormwater controls as needed to make sure that that project isn't negatively impacting the stormwater flow in the township.
And those buildings really are pretty scarce in the township, dating back that old.
I wouldn't say there's as scarce as you would think they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And take Fox Imports. They're going through a big expansion. They meet the current stormwater ordinance. If that would be one, I would think, if there were any changes to that in the future, then they would have to update to this new, if we adopt this new one, right? Is that correct?
Correct. So if they made any changes to that building in the future, their entire site, not just the new part of the building, would have to be in compliance with our new stormwater ordinance.
Because there was one when the building was first built, and then there was a different plan when the second one was added, or the third, maybe we could call it. All right, thank you.
Do we have to go into public hearing? Move we go into public hearing?
Support.
It's a motion by Treasurer Pierce, supported by Trustee Shipley to enter public hearing. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? We are now in public hearing. Anyone in the audience or virtually wishing to comment at this time on this particular ordinance is welcome. Do we have anyone in virtually, Ms. Brott?
If any of our Zoom participants would like to make a comment about the current public hearing, during the current public hearing, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phones. I'll wait one moment, Supervisor. Looks like no one is wanting to speak. Thank you.
Move we close the public hearing.
Support.
It's a motion by Treasurer Pierce, supported by Treasurer Shipley to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Manager Swayze, is there any further board action required?
Nope, at this time, we're not requiring any further board action unless the board has comments or something that wants to be, they want to be incorporated into the ordinance that isn't in there currently.
Any comments by the board?
Ben, this, I think that when we talked about this at a previous meeting, this is the same type of ordinance that's being adopted by the Grand River municipalities.
So there are 23 organizations that utilize ELGRO to kind of manage their MS4 permit. And everybody is using the model ordinance, adopting it at different times.
So my
Grand
memory
Rapids
is,
Township was the first one to get their permit back, so they were the first one to adopt their ordinance. I think we're kind of in the middle, but eventually, and the idea, right, was to, so that you don't, you know, so the different municipalities aren't kind of, I'd say competing, but, you know, if you're a developer, if you go to one municipality, you know that the regulations are going to be pretty similar to the regulations you have.
that's what I remember. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you. Item 002, 2022, request to approve resolutions for the Grand Rapids Triathlon to close public streets on June 11th and 12th, 2022. Welcome, Ms. Corhorn.
So last summer, John and his crew attended a board meeting and requested that the board approve the 2022 triathlon dates. The board did approve those for June 11 and 12 of this year. So really, tonight is just the resolutions to close the public streets for the triathlon. Those are the same as they were in 2021. All the logistics, excuse me, and the courses are the same. John is certainly here tonight if you have any questions for him regarding this event. But staff is recommending approval of this.
Any questions?
Comments? Once again, I gotta tell you, for the third year in a row, fourth year in a row, whatever it is now, as a resident that lives down that stretch of road, you guys are do a fantastic job of policing it, all the way from setting up to running it, to clean up.
Thank you very much.
I can't think of anybody that's done a better job of that type of thing.
We appreciate it. We work on it year round, so that's probably why.
It shows. Thank you.
I move to approve the resolution. Support.
So motion by Trustee McDonald, supported by Trustee Shipley, to approve the resolutions for the Grand Rapids Triathlon to close public streets on June 11th and 12th, 2022. Clerk Slater, please call the roll.
Trustee Kessel,
Yes.
trustee Nordhook,
Yes.
trustee Shipley,
Yes.
treasurer Pierce,
Yes.
trustee McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk Slater, yes. Supervisor Lesperance.
Yes, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 003, 2022, request for and resolution to install streetlight at 30th Street and Wycliffe Drive. Ms. Corhorn, welcome.
Thank you. This one's been a long time coming, but we did receive a request for a streetlight in this location. This intersection is dark. There's been a number of accidents here. And so we did submit the request to consumers. They came back with it. We had to work with them on the location a little bit, but in the end, the light will be installed on the southeast corner of 30th and Wycliffe Drive. There is a map in your packet showing the location of that. It is adjacent to 3010 Wycliffe Drive. This installation does include some forestry. There's 3 trees that need to be trimmed at this location near the light pole. I did go out and meet with the 3 property owners that are impacted by this light, and they are very happy to hear about this installation. So in the past, the township has approved these at no cost to the affected residents if it does provide a benefit to all the residents in the township. The cost for this light is $375. The reason for the additional expense is because of that forestry work that needs to be completed for the installation. So there is a resolution in your packet for consideration for the streetlight.
Sandra, is that like the one on Thornapple River, or I mean Bridgewater in Hillsborough? The one we put up in my neighborhood?
Is it the same
Is it
type of
like that?
lighting?
Yeah.
Correct, yeah, it's
Okay.
going on an existing pole at this location.
Have a comment? I also spoke to two of the three property owners, and probably not the one who wanted it. A couple of the people said that they didn't really see a need for it. I personally am not for it because I feel that corner is very well lit, because the houses there are very tight on that corner and they're always very well lit. So I don't see the need for the additional light.
Do you know, Ms. Corcoran, what those property owners, what have you heard from them? Just curious.
Yeah, I know there's
Just-
been some accidents.
There have been some accidents, mainly with Mr. Giddens, who
Yeah,
is
Giddens
a
put rocks.
Got massive
Right,
rocks
yeah.
piling up.
He's had numerous cars run into his garage doors and his property, so.
One of my concerns about that intersection is that's a major crossing for a lot of our pathways. And I think there's 1, 2, possibly 3 marked crossings there. And even if you're not there on a rainy night, it's still dark. And true what Sue said, the houses are pretty close together, but we can't tell the property owners to keep all your outside lights on. That's all I have.
I just have one caution with these new lights. They're extremely bright. I know they can focus them down to keep them from shining in the house windows and stuff, being that they're so close. That would be my concern, that it meet our lighting ordinance where it doesn't shine into houses, so.
Well, this one that I'm talking about that they put up on Bridgewater and Hillsborough is not a single light that shines down. It's a long light that shines, and it is bright. But the kids wait for the school bus there in the morning, and that's why they wanted it. And I ask you if that was the same kind of light that isn't a single bulb, focusing down the intersection. That is pretty bright light. I was surprised when they put it up. It was as bright as it is, but nobody's complained yet.
Just want to make sure it's focused. I know they can push them down on the street and keep it with the street instead of spreading out.
We can
So
put that request in.
put that request in that it light the street, not the yards.
But you said 3 of the neighbors want it.
Yes.
Did anybody object to it?
No.
But Sue heard somebody object to it,
Yeah.
right?
Their exact words, I don't care one way or another. I don't know that we need it. To me.
Further discussion or a motion?
I make a motion to approve the streetlight at 30th and Wycliffe as designed by Consumers Power.
A second, we have to take action.
That's a motion by trustee Shipley, supported by clerk Slater, to approve the resolution to install the streetlight at 30th and Wycliffe. Clerk Slater, please call the roll.
Trustee McDonald,
Yes.
Treasurer Pierce,
Yes.
trustee Shipley.
Yes.
Trustee Nordhook,
Yes.
trustee Kessel,
Yes.
clerk Slater, no. Supervisor Lesbrunz.
Yes. Motion carried. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Corhorn. Item 004, 2022, Township participation in a national opioid settlement. Manager Swayze?
Great. So Township has received notification that we're eligible to participate in the National Opioid Settlement, or the NOS. So the settlement essentially would resolve all opioid litigation brought by state and local political subdivisions against the 3 largest pharmaceutical distributors of opioids and 1 manufacturer. The proposed settlement amount for both the distributor and the manufacturers is about $26 billion. And of that, $22.7 billion is earmarked for use by participating states in subdivision to remediate and abate the impacts of the opioid crisis. So the state of Michigan has elected to participate, and as a political subdivision of the state of Michigan with a population of over 10,000, Cascade Township is eligible to participate as well. So our initial estimate shows that if the township chooses to participate, it'll receive approximately $36,000. That'll come in over a series of years. And the regulations for spending the funds are outlined in the agreement and generally relate to the remediation effects of the opioid crisis. So in order to participate in the settlement, the township has to agree to execute the 2 settlement participation forms that were included in your packet. In general, these agreements basically release all the claims against the entities included in the settlements. So in your packet, I included the settlement participation forms. I also included links to both the Janssen settlement, which is the manufacturer, and the distributor settlement agreement as well. Those were fairly long, so I didn't include the whole document in your packet. So we did ask our township legal counsel to review the participation agreements. They had a couple points they wanted to make sure that we were aware of. Also, although they didn't find any red flags in the agreement. So they did note that the settlement agreements are broad and they fully waive all claims, even those which currently exist, but that the township does not know of or suspect to exist. So the agreements provided that the intent of the parties that the payments dispersed are used for opioid remediation, subject to limited exceptions. And again, we pointed out the pages in the funds where those are listed. And that the adjunctive relief bans on conduct by Janssen and the distributors in Exhibit P are for a period of 10 years. So when talking about those injunctive reliefs, when we look at the distributors, which is Cardinal, McKesson, and Amerisource Bergen, through the court orders, they have to establish an independent clearinghouse to provide all 3 distributors and state regulators with aggregated data and analytics about where the drugs are going and how often, eliminating blind spots in the current system. They have to use a data-driven system to detect suspicious opioid orders from customer pharmacies. They have to terminate customer pharmacies' ability to receive shipments and report those companies to state regulators when they show signs of diversion. They're prohibited from shipping and reporting suspicious opioid orders. They prohibit the sales staff from influencing decisions related to identifying suspicious opioid orders and requires senior corporate officials to engage in regular oversight of anti-diversion efforts. As far as the manufacturer agreement, which is with Johnson & Johnson, the court orders them to stop selling opioids, not to fund or provide grants to third parties for promoting opioids. They cannot lobby on activities related to opioids, and they have to share clinical trial data under the Yale University Open Data Access Project. So if the township chooses to participate, our distribution will be $36,220. Again, we would anticipate receiving those over a period of several years. If the township choose to receive the funds, they will be held to a point where the township board would approve and authorize a use for those funds prior to them being spent. So the primary effect of the opioid crisis in Cascade Township has been our fire department's response to hotels for opioid overdoses. However, we would anticipate working with the Kent County Sheriff's Department to identify some proper uses as well. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. If you do choose to participate, I would recommend that you authorize myself to authorize the settlement participation forms on behalf of the township.
Any idea how much the township may collect?
$36,220.
The fire department in the past has considered a collection system, much like Lowell Police Department has, for expired medications, especially opioids, drugs. And one of the drawbacks is the cost of establishing that system for the fire department. There's regulations. And perhaps if the fire department, the township wants to, they could utilize these funds to do that, to make the community safer overall. That's all I have.
Is there a drawback, Ben, Any liability of any kind?
So the only drawback that I would identify is that if the township thinks that the opioid crisis has caused our community more damage than the amount of money that's being offered through the settlement, this absolves us our ability to bring our own lawsuit against the opioid companies, not only for any issues that we would currently know exist, but any future issues that we haven't identified at this point in time as well. So for 5 years from now, we identify an issue with the opioid crisis that we think costs the township more than the amount that we're collecting through the settlement, we would not have the ability to bring our own lawsuit. That would be the only drawback that I would see. Luckily, we have a signed and certified attorney in the room as well, and I'd ask him if he saw any drawbacks to it.
No, and that, think of it this way, knowing that the opioid issue has been out there for several years, have you ever once considered suing the manufacturers? So, no, there's no drawback, because it's unlikely that you're going to maintain your own lawsuit for any particular damages related to the opioid issues. So the benefit is somebody else carried that ball for you, and now you get to benefit from it.
Okay, thanks.
And I would note too, that a lot of the communities in the state of Michigan that have seen significant issues from the opioid crisis are signing on to this agreement as well. So.
Given that, I make a motion to participate in the national opioid settlement and authorize the township manager to authorize the settlement participation forms on behalf of the township.
Support.
It's a motion by trustee McDonald, supported by trustee Shipley, to support the participation of the township in the national opioid settlement and to allow our township manager to execute any necessary documents to make that happen. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 005-2022. Consider amendments to the Township Committee's policy. Trustee Kessel, please provide an overview of your proposed policy change. Following your comments, we will proceed with board discussion.
This is before 2016, at the last meeting, that took up a good share of time that I had previously been on the board. We didn't have a policy like this. Quite honestly, at the end of 16, because there's so much business, I don't remember exactly the details, but we have a policy considering committee structure, what the committees are comprised of and what the responsibilities of the committees are. It doesn't say that if the committees are not elected at the meeting, such as tonight, that they dissolve or cease functioning. But in the event that that's a possibility of a way of interpreting it, the policy was suggested to be amended to say such things as grammatical corrections, but things to say that all committees are advisory only, including the ad hoc, because we've had discussions about that, the various ad hoc committees we have, and that the board can amend this policy by a simple majority vote. And that's pretty much the result of the suggested amendment to the policy. So we don't get a situation where committees don't function. So that's it.
I think in looking at this, as I read through it, this amendment fixes the potential problem of giving two people authority over the board. If you look at 4B, regulation, the adoption of amendment of the policy, something that was dug up apparently, that I think Jim referenced was maybe done in 2016, and I don't recall either, that the amendment of this policy can be made by the township board upon the recommendation of the governance committee. If that were the case, that would give two out of three people, so two people authority over the board. So I think by simply amending it to say should be made by the township board upon a simple majority vote, it gives the authority back to the board.
That's not true. That's not accurate because it simply says,
I just
We
read
just-
it word for word.
yeah, we have to make sure we get our facts correct. Adoption or amendment of the policy as written now, that's been in place since 2016, and it was in place all of last year as trustee Kessel was and Sue Slater, Clerk Slater were on the governance committee. The Township Board of Trustees shall be responsible for the adoption of this policy. The amendment of this policy can be made by the Township Board upon the recommendation of the governance committee. So it does not say it doesn't say that the governance committee doesn't have any authority over whether or not to amend the policy. That stays and has always been with the board. It's simply a process. And this has been the process since, as a trustee under Trustee Kessel, 2016, and this wasn't dug up. This exact policy came up. It says updated August 11th, 2021. This whole policy was reviewed by our township council and discussed at length at the committee level and by our board when we edited to make sure that we're in fact complying with the Open Meetings Act. So the policy is pretty clear.
Yeah, I just think this makes it clearer to say the amendment of this policy can be made by the township board with a simple majority vote. And the governance committee can still make, I mean, all our committees are advisory only. So they can still make recommendations. This just clarifies and puts it in the majority vote of the board. It's just how I read it.
And the other thing I forgot to mention is it says it takes all doubt out of what we do. It says committee members whose terms have expired can serve on the committee until his or her appointment has been confirmed by the majority of the township board, which we didn't do tonight. So the question is whether the committees exist or not.
The first question is whether or not to adopt your recommended changes. I have a question. It's my understanding that you requested Manager Swayze add the carryover policy or change it so that to add a carryover policy. And then Manager Swayze showed that to our attorney, Mike Homier, who's here tonight. He provided me with, then Mr. Homier reviewed it and had some recommended changes, and many of them are grammatical, but all of these changes aren't taken into account in your edits. I have them compared right here. There's multiple edits that Attorney Homier recommended and provided to Manager Swayze. And if we've got him reviewing these, it seems like these edits, even if they're just grammatical, should be made at the same time instead of just the two that you thought were important. Doesn't it make sense that we take into consideration our own attorney's additional suggestions?
I got a copy of that too.
Why didn't you incorporate them?
I didn't put the packet together.
But you directed Manager Swayze to put in the changes that you asked for, and he did. You didn't
Yes,
tell
but-
him.
But to talk to the attorney too. And I think there were some corrections made that didn't get in the packet, but it's basically the same thing. I think that were on Mike's recommendations.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not. I compared the two. There's like 7 changes that Attorney Homier recommended that you didn't include, and they were being reviewed before you put this on the packet. Ben got this on Friday.
Does it make sense to table this until we
Oh, absolutely.
go
Bet
back,
your
Jim, and
sweet bit.
review it and see which ones you should be in there?
I'm very uncomfortable with a half-done document. If our township attorney, which I value very highly, your opinion, sir, says he's got some recommendations and they're not in here, I am not going to vote for this thing. Furthermore, down on the bottom here, it says the amendment of this policy can be made by the township board upon the recommendation of the governance committee. Guess what, folks? We don't have a governance committee. It wasn't passed.
Per our own policy.
So how can you change something when it's in your policy? Once again, parallel government.
Attorney
No,
Homier,
that's not
Attorney
right,
Homier,
John.
I have a question for Attorney Homier.
That's all right. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
the board can certainly change its policy. But as written right now, Attorney Homier, these provisions that Trustee Kessel wants to add, the carryover provisions, do those, once we make if we make that change tonight, do they apply tonight moving forward? Do you ever see these apply retroactively?
So a couple of things. One is, these are annual appointments, so the terms end as of December 31st of 2020 in this case, or 2021, sorry. And so that holdover provision is fine, except for 2 points, one of which is covered in 4B, which is there's been no recommendation of the governance committee. And 2 is, I don't think you can apply this retroactively, that amendments to policies apply prospectively, not retroactively to reinstall the term of office for members whose terms have already expired prior to the amendment. That is, the holdover language would not apply to them because they're no longer in that office or a member of the committee, I should say.
Had Trustee Kessel brought his proposed change to the governance committee or to the board anytime between 2016 and let's say December 31st, 2021, when the subcommittee's terms expired, at that point, would the members who were in office at that time carried over?
Well, I think let's take an example. If the governance committee had made a recommendation, whatever it was, to the board on that issue, the board could have acted to then adopt an amendment while those members' terms were in existence, and it would have applied because it was prospective and not retroactive at that.
Mike, I'm a little confused because I think this does just the exact opposite of what John was just saying. John was saying he's concerned about a parallel group. And 4B, the amendment, the changes, takes it out of the committee's hands and puts it back in the board's hands with a simple majority vote.
No, it's not in the committee's hands. That's what you're misstating.
Right, but
It's the process of how it comes to the board. The entire board should, and always will vote collectively. There is not anything in the policy about the governance committee having more authority as far as who or anything. This is simply the process-wise how it comes to the board. And this has been in effect since 2016. Trustee Kessel, you sat on this board the entire time. You sat on the governance committee all of 2021 when you canceled 5 out of the 12 meetings. This could have been brought up at any point. Sorry, Clerk Slater and you two.
We didn't cancel anything.
Trustee Nordhook was there.
I think we did.
Anyhow,
Mike, if we want to move forward, what you're
this is
saying
a
is
process issue.
there isn't a governance committee now to make a recommendation. So the board has to make a decision, doesn't it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, there's another alternative, and don't get me wrong, I don't disagree with your position. That was one of my edits too, when I edited that and struck it because I don't think it should be written that way.
Right.
Because of this precise problem. But I didn't write it.
Right.
And it says what it says. And so you can amend the policy upon the recommendation of the governance committee.
Right, but if
The
you're saying-
alternative is appoint members to the governance committee.
And that would apply prospectively, correct?
Yeah, so what would happen is you would have presumably members appointed to the governance committee. You would send these proposed amendments to the governance committee. They would make a recommendation to the board and the board's free to amend the policy at that point, whatever the recommendation might be.
But likewise, in parallel to that solution, an alternative solution, which would be just as good, it would seem, and a lot easier, was just is to adopt this amendment as you wrote it out here, or as you crossed out the recommendation of the governance committee, and just let the the majority vote on it, like it's gonna happen anyway.
So in that case, then you would have to, the board would have to decide, we're gonna ignore the plain and unambiguous written language of the policy and ignore it and just amend it anyways, despite the fact that you have no recommendation from the governance committee as it's written.
So so if we don't have a governance committee as of this moment right now, what do we do to create one so we can let the governance committee make the recommendation and then vote on it like we should?
Well, I think the board understands what you need to do to create the governance committee. You need to appoint members to the standing committee.
How do we do that, Attorney Homier?
Well, it's the appointments are made by the supervisor, confirmed by the board. You are at a standstill. I get it, an impasse. You've got to work cooperatively to figure it out. That's what governance is.
Point.
Can you define confirm?
Majority vote.
Well, you mean the members? Yeah, so the supervisor lays out her appointments and the board has to approve those by a majority vote.
And the supervisor elected by the residents that we serve, correct?
Well, that's how elections happen, yes.
And anybody is free to run for supervisor. If you're
Yeah,
a
I mean,
resident of
these
the
aren't-
township and not a felon.
Yeah, I mean, yes, these aren't, look. The board understands what it has to do. It has to make appointments to the standing committees. And by the way, these standing committees are not required by law. You don't have to have these committees. You can operate without these committees. Sure, certainly it might take longer for the board because it's going to require all the work to be done here. But just because you don't have appointments to the standing committees doesn't mean the township can't continue with the people's business.
Public deliberations in public with a vote in public for the public's business.
Right. So we're at analysis paralysis. So I make a motion to recommend the amendments as written to the Township Committee policy so that the amendment of the policy can be made by the Township Board upon a majority vote by the Township Board, because those people are elected by the people.
Wait, sorry, are you taking into account Trustee Kessel's version or the one that the Attorney Homier
We
provided?
have,
to
the
Manager
version that I
Swayze?
have in front of me is the one that I don't have any other versions. The only one that was in the packet that I and everybody else in the public saw is this one. And the one I'm mostly concerned about is 4B, which gives the board the majority vote to adopt and amend policies. And so with that, I make a motion to adopt this amendment to the Township Committee for the Township Committee policy.
Can't legally do that.
So
Can I legally do that, Mike?
Well, you're free to ignore my advice, that's for
Well,
sure.
And I
is it
will
ignoring
not
your rights? I
neglect-
thought you
And
said-
ignore the policy. Who needs lawyers?
But the point is, if we can't agree on the appointments to a governance committee, then we're still stuck at a stalemate, right?
Not
We
really.
ought
We've got
to
a
do like
process.
communist China, just appoint people.
For 3
Sorry.
more years we are. but-
We have a motion to approve the supervisor's recommendations for the.
I make
next
a motion to
governance
approve
committee.
the supervisor's recommendation.
Time out. Let's hear Treasurer Pierce. Everyone wants to hear Treasurer Pierce.
That we move to appoint, that we accept the appointments to the governance committee that the supervisor has proposed and have them review this matter.
Support.
That's a motion by Treasurer Pierce to approve the supervisor's appointments to the governance
Just the
subcommittee.
governance. That'd
Uh,
be Clerk Slater, myself, and Trustee Norder.
No, time out. There are no, those aren't my point.
Yeah.
For the governance committee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
governance.
yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right.
And then if we appoint that, Mike, make those appointments, Mike, then the governance committee can make a recommendation to us to amend the policy.
Correct.
Okay.
Ho Chi Minh was right.
What you mean has nothing to do with this, John. I don't know what you're talking about.
I support Ken's motion.
That's a motion by Treasurer Pierce to adopt the supervisor's recommendations to the governance committee. for the packet, supported by trustee Shipley. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
So then we will not deal with this tonight.
Correct. We'll wait for the governance committee to come back and make the recommendation.
Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Homier.
Can we take a quick 5-minute break before the last item?
Sure.
And thank you, Mike.
Sure. Does that require a motion, like a recess?
Oh, is
From-
there a motion to recess?
I'll make a motion on Jim's accord.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're in recess.
Hang tight, folks.
Ben, can you get us copies of the two versions?
Hey, Supervisor, who made that
Can
motion?
you get us copies of the two versions?
Ms. Brock, can you please repeat yourself?
Who made that motion, Supervisor Les Prince, for the recess?
Trustee Shipley.
And who seconded it?
Yes, yeah.
I think I did.
You
That's what
did?
I sent
Okay.
to-
Thank
so
you.
Jim and Grace have got copies of that.
How long are we recessing?
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Closely follow
Thanks.
what our legal recommends.
Mike,
Yeah.
sorry for your luck, but I'll probably ask you to come to that meeting too. Yeah.
You know, if I were you, I'd hold out for a free supper or something.
Right now, you and Grace are the only one that should have.
Say that again?
I didn't get them till Friday.
Yeah.
I never got that. So. Yes. Thank. She's around the corner. Or she was. Oh, she was.
She's like Gonzalez.
Well, hey.
Are you gonna speak for this?
John, the way that was written, not that I care, was that if the governance committee didn't make a recommendation, then we couldn't have done
A lot of papers.
So when Tom mentioned two people, if you got three people on the governance committee and two don't want it, and one does, or two want it, one doesn't, then the committee on their recommendation allows us to amend it. And it seems to me when we adopted it, I don't remember it, maybe you do, in 16, I gotta go back a little bit back. That was purely a mistake, because the board should be able to amend it. Regardless of the committee, because the committee can hold the hostage from not being able to vote. That was the idea of putting the.
Just reread the charge, and then open the public hearing. Open a public hearing.
Have we ever had any deficit where we had to provide a signer?
No, we haven't. Board discussion.
I've never remembered anybody in the audience that being deaf.
We have to motion to reopen or?
I just read the last paragraph here on this. I know that when you watch the newscast now, the governor or whoever is speaking, they normally have somebody sign. I think it's great that a lot of elementary schools teach basic signing to a lot of students. I think that's fantastic. I wish that I knew how to sign, but I think that's a skill that if you don't use it, you lose it.
When our kids were young, we taught them a couple.
Motion to re-adjourn.
Reconvene.
Yes.
That's a motion by trustee Shipley to reconvene, supported by trustee Kessel. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are back in session. Next item on tonight's agenda. Just have to find it. Item 006, 2022. Public hearing to consider the removal of a member of the Planning Commission pursuant to MCL 125.3815 subsection 9. Trustee McDonald, this is your recommendation. Please read the written charges that you previously submitted.
Certainly, thank you, Supervisor. I am requesting the removal of Mr. Craig Merlin, a resident of Cascade Township, from the Cascade County Planning Commission and all township committees, commissions, or formal bodies. The charges are of malfeasance and or misfeasance. The behavior and access and actions by Mr. Merlin in 2021 clearly demonstrate malfeasance, specifically the behavior in the Planning Commission meeting of December 6, 2021. In the Planning Commission meeting on December 6, 2021, Mr. Merlin publicly stated, quote, "If you were at the last board meeting and you had a shotgun, we would have fewer board members today," end of quote. He soon added afterwards, quote, "I was pissed royally," end of quote. The comments on December 6th referred to and potentially promoted the shooting of board members by shotgun. Many residents are extremely upset by Mr. Merlin's comments, implying that board members could have been or should have been shot if someone brought a shotgun to the board meeting on November 17th, 2021. That is over the line and is clearly malfeasance. Mr. Merlin should be removed from the Cascade Township Planning Commission and all township committees, commissions, or formal bodies for malfeasance. Respectfully submitted.
Just to clarify, those are not the board's comments, those are Trustee McDonald's comments.
Move we go into public hearing.
Support.
That's a motion by Treasurer Pierce, supported by Trustee McDonald to enter public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are now in public hearing. At this time, we will hear from Commissioner Craig Merlin. He will be given an opportunity to address the board in response to Trustee McDonald's allegations. We will give him 15 minutes, as well as a 5-minute rebuttal following the public comment portion and questions and discussions between the board and also questions to our attorney on the definition of mal or misfeasance. Member Merlin, please proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Supervisor Lesperance. In reading Mr. McDonald's letter to the board, that apparently is a statement of charges required to remove me from the Planning Commission, he says that I have committed malfeasance or misfeasance. He cites no instances of misfeasance, so I will let that one pass. He also speaks generally to the malfeasance of my behaviors and actions in 2021, but cites only one specific instance of it. That being my comment made in utter frustration at the board at the Planning Commission meeting of December 6th, 2021. I am the first to admit that I made a very unfortunate and frankly stupid comment at the December Planning Commission meeting, for which I quickly apologized at the meeting and then sent a written apology to the board and the Planning Commission. I certainly would have accepted censure for the remark, but 4 of the board members apparently want me out of their way entirely. Did you listen to Mr. McDonald as you read the charges to remove me from all township committees, commissions, or formal bodies? I suspect he would appreciate it if I were to move out of Cascade entirely, as he tries what I think of as another example of what is so regularly happening today, the cancellation of people. But I'm sorry to say to him that under Michigan statutes cited in the notice and our own zoning ordinance, all this board can do is remove me from the Planning Commission. Also, that can be done only as a result of committing the offenses of malfeasance or misfeasance or nonfeasance. But my comment on December 6th does not, as I understand the law, and I am not a municipal lawyer, constitute either malfeasance or misfeasance. What is required to show that, in my view, is one, intent. There must be a corrupt intent, which does not mean doing something for profit, and doing a wrongful act, which leaves open what a wrongful act is. The common law criminal offense of misconduct by a public official demands an indictable offense at the common law. This comes from a catch-all provision in the Michigan Penal Code. It does not involve acts done in good faith or honest mistakes. I most certainly had no intent to mention a shotgun even a second before I made my short comment. It was simply a very angry, a bit of hyperbole. What I am most concerned about is someone could have heard that remark and taken it more seriously. And I am very sorry to have made that remark. In spite of Clerk Slater and her husband's efforts, I have not been indicted for any crime. In speaking with the Sheriff's Department, I had the impression that they did not seem particularly worried about an old guy with a walker who couldn't even reach his shotgun. I've heard nothing from the Sheriff's Department since that one interview, more than a month ago. Mr. Homier, actually, I can't say Mr. Homier has said anything because you haven't said anything yet. In trying to look at Michigan law, on official misconduct, which I'm no expert or even a novice, it seems to require the action be something unlawful or tortious or that causes harm to another person. Under the common law of misconduct, as embodied in the Michigan statutes, again in the penal code, it speaks of requiring something far more serious. The Tom McDonald letter, which is all we have for a statement of charges, does nothing to set forth the legal requirements required to meet the requirements for these serious charges of malfeasance or misfeasance. Simply because Mr. McDonald does not like me, or even that a majority of the board dislikes me, is not a sufficient legal reason to remove me from my position on the Planning Commission. To do so would be to act outside the legal requirements, something the old board did with some regularity if the law was not convenient to follow. You are frankly trying to achieve a political end of removing me from the Planning Commission for a reason that the law does not allow. Admit it. You are doing this evening, what you're doing is because you think if I'm off the Planning Commission, I'll be out of your way, which will hurt the supervisor and keep me from finding more dirt from past practices. Let me assure you that neither will happen however this meeting turns out. I will still be a citizen of Cascade. I will still be watching this board carefully and reading all of the financial reports and all the other reports. And I will or may, in fact, answer the phone if the supervisor calls me up. You challenge her because she wants to change the ways you have done your jobs, and this includes our town manager. You work behind closed doors and without regard for citizen wishes or the law, because you have somehow come to think your ideas for Cascade are exactly what Cascade needs, and therefore citizen input is irrelevant. Several times during Supervisor Bean's tenure, just as contentious board meetings or public hearings ended, I've heard Rob and others of you say that you're just not communicating your ideas well enough, and that we citizens must be educated to understand why your ideas are the best for us. That is condescending in the extreme, and that doesn't work with the citizens of Cascade anymore. The old way worked for many years until public started to listen more attentively to your proposals and those of the DDA. It was comfortable for the board and the senior staff that had little, if any, accountability built into it, and the public trusted you. But then the public started to see and hear the things the township and the DDA were doing or planning to do. They also quickly learned that the board and staff had little time to solve their problems. PFAS concerns went unanswered for several years. Requests for credible aids for distant learning for people in areas without high-speed broadband were largely ignored. But what was not ignored? Town halls were not ignored, even those that perhaps could cost as much as $7.5 million, the Taj Mahal project. Sure, it was presented just as one of the options, but the citizens wondered what you could be thinking to allow it even to become an option worth talking about. In fact, on so many things, Cascade government people and consultants just weren't thinking. Median strips in Centennial Park that in the winter become traps for the unwary. Certainly they can become traps for me and for our fire trucks. A streetscape costing about $250,000 at the 36th Street exit from I-96. A gathering place in front of the library loaded with all sorts of things, where the parking and traffic concerns weren't really considered, was another. Common sense seemed to have been lost by the people planning or presenting these things that someone in government wanted. So to move the process along, you started to schedule public meetings at times that seemed designed to keep attendance down. Perhaps the Thursday before Labor Day weekend. That would be a good time to have one, or the Tuesday after. I have had both of those kinds of public meetings, or you simply didn't provide the necessary information. For example, on the pathway public meeting. I could cite dozens of examples that would include inconvenient timing, hearing without the requisite information, or just plain trying to hide things. You seem to know what Cascade needed, and that was all that mattered. In an era of distrust, that behavior was bound to raise the distrust level in the township. You might disagree with my conclusion as to how much concern there really is here in Cascade, but Supervisor Lesperance' victory seems to confirm that growing distrust and the desire for transparency, accountability, and listening to our citizens. The election of the new supervisor and her platform both surprised and scared the old guard and senior staff, particularly because Supervisor Lesperance seemed actually serious in advancing her priorities. You also didn't want to admit or for the public to know that all too often the old ways of doing business evidenced incredibly bad judgment and all too often violated the spirit and at times the letter of the law. For the last year, at least 3 board members have been fighting against change and trying to make the new supervisor look bad. In terms of the staff, the town manager, the chief administrative officer of the township, not the chief executive officer of the township, has actively worked to undermine the supervisor and make her look bad. He reports to the full board, but that normally, in light of the fact that the supervisor is statutorily the chief executive and chief presiding officer of the board, would generally be done through the supervisor. But that's not how he seems to work now. But enough of generalities. Let's look at some of the actions that have been made recently that have boggled my mind, often found with the help of others. I'm equally astonished by the almost casual attitude toward legal compliance in the township. In talking to an attorney recently who was experienced in municipal law, he said he had run into all of these problems before, but had never run into all of them in the same township before. In August 2013, in a special election, Cascade approved a special millage for the police fund, as well as for the library and fire department. That millage was very clear on what it could be used for. Quote, for the purpose of funding the operation of the East Precinct of the Kent County Sheriff's Department and to continue 24-hour police protection coverage within the township. The citizens' concerns with police protection, both personal protection and traffic control of speeding, seemed a priority at that time, and it remains a very high priority today for citizens, according to the preliminary results in the citizen survey. But apparently our town manager and the old guard on the board considered the money in the police fund to be excessive. And so they took, or as some have said, stole the money from the restricted police fund to pay 1/2 of the compensation of Ms. Stephanie Fast, initially the Cascade code enforcement person, but a Cascade employee to make sure our ordinance were followed. Then she became the assistant to the town manager, and the taking of the 1/2 of her compensation continued by the prior board. Over 3 years, from 2018 to 2020, over $100,000 was moved from the restricted police fund to the general fund.
Mr. Merlin, sorry to interrupt. Is that the 15-minute? Oh, continue.
It stopped at 10 minutes for some reason.
I have my iPhone going.
Go
You have
ahead.
3
Sorry.
minutes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Merlin, continue, please.
I have 3 minutes left. Okay, well, let me
We'll
go
give you
through
a rebuttal, a time to rebuttal after.
but let me then go through a couple of particular items. Let me talk about open meeting compliance with regard to the lack of this board's consideration of the law. There was, at the time of the swearing in of the new trustees a little more than a year ago, one of the trustees and his spouse were told by another trustee, did you notice that generally all our votes are unanimous? That's because we get together before the meeting and decide what we're going to approve. That's the way we've done things, and we like it that way, and we expect it will continue. I couldn't believe that comment was made. Neither could he. Beyond the violation itself, what is so horrifying is that the clerk, which is the person who made it, was so open in her disregard for the legal requirements. I hope that wasn't actually what happened. But then I look back at one meeting, and this is a meeting in December of 2016. Normally the December meetings last quite a long time. In this one, in 40 minutes, the board approved the 5-year capital improvement plan, 2 held public meetings and then immediately approved the capital and special budgets, 3 approved a new board committee policy, 4 approved all the supervisors' appointments to the various committees and commissions, 5 approved the millage rates to charge the citizens, 6 approved 2 matters for the fire department, 7 listened to a report from the sheriff's department, and 8 had all the other things that happened in a board meeting. That happened in 40 minutes, done and over with. So I guess the clerk was correct in her comments that the public meetings are largely in a formality. Let me also cite one other thing that I find particularly interesting. If you think my comment was dangerous and problematic, which it was, one example of Clerk Slater's behavior. If the Board of Trustees were serious about comments made at public meetings that are dangerous, let us look to her comments made on the board meeting of December 16th, 2020, when she questioned the integrity of the voting process when using Dominion voting machines. She said they were very susceptible to fraudulent counting of ballots. They'd never be used by Cascade again. This was at a time when conspiracy theories were springing up and a general lack of trust about the election process was developing among a significant group of citizens. Did our board say anything about those comments by Clerk Slater? No. But the county election person, County Clerk Lyons, did say, and here I quote 3 sentences, to say that I was shocked and disappointed to hear Clerk Slater's comments and insinuations to the contrary, that our elections in Kent County were not secure, transparent, fair, and accurate, leading voters to question the integrity of our voting process would be an understatement. Second, Clerk Slater's assertion that Dominion is a mess, quote unquote, is unfounded, and like the misinformation circulating online, is dangerous to our election process. The clerk also shared that she was uncertain, if I could just have 30 more seconds.
Yeah.
The clerk also shared that she was uncertain that we could ever administer a future election using Dominion equipment. The answer is quite simple. There is 0 reason why we should not. And finally, Clerk Slater's assertion that the results of the election have been so skewed and that something nefarious can happen by Dominion at the back end that show an ignorance of the post-election process of which clerks are expected to be fluent for accreditation. All of those are quotes from the letter of Clerk Lyons. Now, our supervisor was very quick to ask the clerk here where that letter could be found for the public to read it. And the clerk said, Ms. Slater said, when in fact the minutes are approved, they will be put with the packet for that meeting in January. Well, I'm sure they're with the packet, but strangely enough, that packet is the only packet not available on our website. The whole packet is gone.
What meeting is this?
The January 6th meeting. Secondly, if you go to the November meeting where she had her short tirade, there's no mention of her saying a word at that meeting. And finally, when the clerk sent her election director, Jared Uzarski, to our meeting, the comment in the minutes is that he spoke to the integrity of the election process. So absent being at that meeting and hearing that tirade, it has been completely expunged from our records. But in order to make sure that is no longer continued, can I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to give you a copy of the full letter.
Is this the letter where she asked us to include this in our written material?
Yes, and where you asked Clerk Slater where it would be, and she said it would be with the packet for the minutes of the meeting.
I'm pretty sure we have it.
And she may well have put it with a packet. And then, but the packet has oddly disappeared. And I will have more to say in rebuttal later.
Thank you.
By the way, if those comments don't constitute malfeasance, I don't know what would.
Thank you, Mr. Merlin. Now is the time for public comment. This is not for an examination or questioning or if Mr. Merlin or any board members or a question and answer session. Please limit your comments, anyone wishing to speak here in the audience or virtually, to 3 minutes. And following public comments, we will resume to regular session and hear from our township attorney as well as the board. Mr. Moxley, welcome.
Thank you. Ralph Moxley, 1757 Hillsborough Avenue, member of the Planning Commission and a member of the Round Hill Study Committee. I stand in support of Craig Merlin. I think I'd like to address 2 issues here. One is his work on the Round Hill Study Committee, which I think has been great. And the other is his work for the Planning Commission. I've gotten to know him ever since he joined the Planning Commission and offered to work on the Round Hill Study Committee. We've attended many meetings since July, interviewing staff, interviewing Wayne Harrell over at Kent County Road Commission, going back and forth. And I can say this, he should have been a detective. I mean, he's really thorough in asking questions and asking follow-up questions and coming prepared to a meeting, taking great notes of those meetings, running those past me to make sure that we've got everything in there. I really have learned a lot just kind of working with him. I've tried to supplement him wherever I could as an architect and an engineer. And I find he's a valuable asset, and I would hate to lose him, frankly. At first, he didn't even know my name. I think the first meeting we went to, he said, "What was your name?" In fact, this was with Ben Swayze, and Steve Peterson. He said, "What was your name?" I said, Forrest Gump. So for a long time, that's what he knew me as, Forrest Gump. In terms of his participation in the Planning Commission, I think he's brought a lot of good legal ideas and a lot of proactive ideas to the Planning Commission. Our meetings are twice as long as they used to be, okay? But that's because he's brought a lot of depth to it. He's helped us a lot. He's brought legal issues that we need to address. And I think he's made the Planning Commission far better
1 minute.
in the process. And I'm glad he's on there. Do I always agree with what he says? No. I fight back, I push back. You know, one thing I learned in the fraternity is don't just go along to get along. Sometimes you got to say, no, that's wrong, change it. And he does, you know, but I think he's a valuable asset and I've enjoyed working with him. So those are my comments for the evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Moxley.
Good evening. My name is Chris Nordyke. My address is 3720 Oak Bluff. I am the current chairperson of the Planning Commission. I wanted to address the trustees tonight about Craig. I concur with Member Moxley on a number of things. I do feel that he is and has been an asset to the Planning Commission. He has helped us with our bylaws. He's helped us become more of an independent planning commission. And his legal expertise has come in very handy, especially as we look at some of the zoning, and some of it does need to be looked at, and we need to make recommendations to you to improve that. I think you've seen his work on Round Hill tonight. And one other example I'll quickly give you is the Tommy's Car Wash that is being built. They're building a car wash and a very small coffee drive-through. And Trustee Nordhook had some concerns, legitimate concerns with the coffee drive-through. What happens if they go out of business? And the township is now stuck with a blighted building that is along 28th Street. Craig crafted a really creative solution whereby Tommy's agreed that if it went out of business and they could not find a tenant in 6 months, they had to remove the building. So this was creative thinking. But if I go back to December 6th, I think what he said was absolutely hyperbole. I don't think he would intend harm. But I found it egregious because I feel as appointed officials, appointed by you, we have a responsibility to maintain a certain decorum that was absolutely not followed that night. And my concern again is not that he would inflict harm on you. I don't think that he would. But what does concern me is somebody was watching that, and if that incited some harm to any of you. And so I don't at all, would want to be in your shoes tonight, because to me, this is a difficult decision. And I can see both sides of it really well. So that's what I have to
1
say.
minute.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nordike.
Hi, my name is Brittany Martin, and I just wanted to note that the door after the recess was slammed shut behind me and a few others walking out, and locked until just recently when the public comments opened up and I was able to chat in the Zoom to come unlock it. But the other residents gave up. They had left, so I was the only one left, but I just wanted to put that out there.
By a person?
Well, we think that somebody locked it after the meeting started.
After
It was
the-
unlocked.
Right
We were
before Mr.
cleaning
Merlin.
people out in the hallway.
It was the door to the outside.
It was, yeah.
Thank you for letting
Yeah,
us know.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to comment virtually?
Jennifer Pepla. Go ahead.
Hello again, everyone. This is Jennifer Poplava, 2180 Spalding. Although Mr. Merlin now is claiming that the remark was unplanned hyperbole, it's clear that the spirit of his comments was to express his extreme dissatisfaction with some members of the board. Mr. Merlin often provides his opinion and guidance, and people follow his lead. But words matter. And words like those used by Mr. Merlin could be misconstrued as an incitement to action. Mr. Merlin has been a practicing attorney for many years, and he's a smart man who fully understands how impactful words can be. And so it's reluctantly my position that this board take action to remove him from his committee assignments to demonstrate to Cascade's residents that threats made even in jest or hyperbole are unacceptable and can't be tolerated. Thanks.
Thank you.
We saw one more. Keely Shea, did you want to talk? Let me see if she wants to. Keely, would you like to talk? She had her hands raised. Would anyone else on the Zoom participants like to speak? Please raise your hand. I don't think anyone else is there, Supervisor Lesperance.
Okay.
Manager Swayze has a couple of letters.
Oh.
Try now, Keely. Nope, okay. I don't think it's letting her unmute. I apologize. Keely, I'm sorry.
Let's give them a couple seconds just in case. Good evening.
Sherry Grensky, 3056 Thornapple River Drive. While I would agree with the last person who made the comment about that not being a good comment to have made, Craig is the first person to admit that. But I would like to look at what the greater good is in this situation. And I feel that we're beginning to have some information about our township. And we're getting to hear some things that are frankly quite disturbing. We've lived in this township 22 years, and we've had some issues with things like, as I mentioned before, the problems with the silt and everything coming down, and well, there's just nothing we can do about it. And it's backwash from the river, and we know none of that's true. The other issue is we've asked about the house across the way from us, and nothing's done about that. So for the first time, I'm feeling like things are happening and questions are being asked, and we're getting someone who's looking at what's been done and asking questions. And my feeling is that this is just a great excuse to get rid of somebody who's really just kind of someone that you're finding some difficulty with. And that's not a reason to get rid of someone. It's not a reason to get rid of someone just because they're shaking things up. And the comment wasn't good, but what he's doing for our township is. So that's what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keely Shea might be able to. 1 second. Keely, if you could raise your hand. Again. Here she goes. Oh, she's using an older version of Zoom. It says you're using an older version of Zoom and I can't get you to talk.
Can she type it in?
Keely, can you type this in to the chat and I'll read it out loud once you type it.
Jersey.
Scott Rissy, 7238 Cascade Road. Boy, this is a tricky one here. So as you know, I was chairman of the planning commission the last 2 years, and I've been chaired over all of the meetings that Mr. Merlin has been present at. And his actions, I think, were unbecoming of a planning commission member. That's really of any representative of the township. But people make mistakes. I know I've said things up there that I later regret. And you know, we move forward sometimes. In the case of Member Merlin, he has brought an immense amount of benefit to the planning commission in the time he's been there. I'm not going to say it doesn't come at a great expense at times, particularly in the matter of time, but he has been very beneficial in providing information. You know, when I first got on the planning commission, maybe I shouldn't say when I first, but after I've been on the planning commission for a while, I kind of came to the conclusion we didn't need an attorney on the planning commission. And when I met Member Merlin, it didn't take very long, and I realized that I just hadn't been introduced to the right one yet. But that being said, his comments were out of line. I think there should be some sort of reaction for that. And it's your choice to decide, you know, what that is. In conversation with members of the planning commission. I can tell that this is definitely a difficult item because it appears to me that it's pretty much split 50-50. And so that just shows how difficult the situation is as far as what people's opinions are on how this matter should be handled. It's a challenging one, but all I can part you with is that I don't agree with the action or with what he said, and that he has been very beneficial to all of us. So I just thought you should know.
Thank you.
Supervisor Keel, I think we got Keely. Okay, Keely. Keely, are you there?
I am. Did it work?
It did.
Oh, thanks, Chrissy, for your help. Thank you so much. And I just have to speak up, though. I don't think anyone is disputing the fact that words were said that were a mistake. And I am just grateful that Mr. Merlin apologized, admitted his mistake, and moved forward to do what he does best. And that is to stand up and speak up for the residents of Cascade. As a resident, a former resident, who just got involved or started paying attention in Cascade in July of 2020, it was Mr. Merlin that helped so many of us know that we weren't alone. And at a time when the residents were completely dismissed by Manager Swayze, by Sue Slater, by Kessel, Pierce, and McDonald, really, he gave us so much just hope, truly, that he cared and that we weren't alone in speaking up. And now that we have Supervisor Lesperance, Mr. Nordhook, and Mr. Shipley that are trying to speak up for the residents as well, we're grateful. So I would just like to say, at this time in the world, when there is so much being said that is so hurtful and harmful, if more people would admit to that, make amends, and we can see that we've all made mistakes. We've all said things that we wish we wouldn't have said. I think it takes great courage to speak to that, and I'm just grateful that we do have more and more residents that are speaking up for our township. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Is there anyone else participating via Zoom? Oh, yep, hold on. There's Brittany Martin. One moment. Go ahead, Brittany.
Hi, Brittany Martin, 6688 away. I just wanted to say that I definitely agree with the last resident who spoke, and also there's no real need to remove him. You can just lock the door. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else, Ms. Brott?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. Sure.
John DeVries, 7352 Gratian, new to Cascade in the last couple of years. I'm only here because my neighbor Don Foss asked me to come, and he keeps asking me to come, so I told him I would come. But I guess my challenge or my plea or ask for you is to try to put all personal thoughts and feelings towards the individual and just make the decision on what you seriously think is best for the township. You cannot like somebody, but if you think they're an asset to the community, and it sounds like a lot of people think there is, I would just ask that you seriously take that into consideration. If you do not think he's an asset to the community, and if you think he's harm to the community, tell him to leave. But it's my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. If there's no further public comment at this time, is there a motion?
Move to close the public hearing.
Well, we've got a couple of letters. Should Ben read those? Or Clerk Slater, one was to you. What we got?
You want me to read them?
Yeah.
This is from Karen Kanaya. He crossed a line. Unfortunately, the door to Cascade Township meeting should be closed to him. While I do not know this person, I commend him for his willingness to give of his time and energy to our local government. His certain words, however, cannot be deemed acceptable in any way. Everyone has a right to feel safe. Everyone has a right to be respected. For the good of everyone, Mr. Muirland should be removed from the current position, not invited to future committee work. Please read this at the meeting. This is from Steve Parker. My name is Steve Parker. I reside at 1609 Laraway Lake Drive. I will not be able to attend the meeting. I would like to register my strong recommend for Mr. Muirland's removal from office. Words matter, especially if they're coming from public officials. Mr. Muirland's comments were both dangerous and offensive to me. With the proliferation of guns in this country, those prone to violence do not need more provocation, especially from a public official in an open meeting. Strongly recommend Mr. Muirland be publicly censured, removed from all township responsibilities, and be barred from any participation for at least 10 years. After 10 years and successful completion of an anger management course, the board could consider a trial reinstatement. Many people live in Cascade Township because it is perceived as a safe environment. Allowing such behavior that was demonstrated by Mr. Muirland is entirely contrary to that. Please feel free to make this email, my opinion, available to all parties at the meeting. This is from Vicky Monterusso, 6647 Tanglewood. Dear trustees, I have a couple topics I would like to share with you ahead of the meeting. I would like to let you know I support Craig Muirland. I understand he used an old expression at a previous meeting and several of you took him literally. His comment was an error in today's society. However, we should use this as a learning opportunity to teach others and Craig how to communicate in a more direct and effective manner without using those types of words. I would like for you to reconsider removing him from the board and no longer allowing him to speak in public. I feel his commitment to our community and longevity of service offer him this one-time opportunity to apologize and move forward. Should this occur again, then there should be consequences, but for now, everyone deserves a second chance. Thank you for considering my concerns and support of Craig Muirland.
Well, I too, as a member of the Planning Commission, support Craig. I did not know Craig a year ago. Have met with him several times through committees and conversations. It's not like we've ever been out to dinner or anything, but he's definitely an asset to the committee. He's an asset to the community. I think this was a bad remark, but it didn't reach the level of Tom's letter here where it's malfeasance. There is a standard for malfeasance, and it did not reach that. I also have a couple of questions for Tom on his letter.
Let's hold off on that, trustee Nordhook, just because we're still in the public comment period.
Okay.
There'll be board discussion coming up soon. That's a motion by Treasurer Pierce to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Support.
Supported by trustee Shipley. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. At this point, Mr. Homier, do you have any thoughts, or can you elaborate on what the statute states and what it means as far as legal ramifications?
Well, the statute's pretty clear in that the legislative body may remove a member of the planning commission for misfeasance, malfeasance, or nonfeasance in office upon written charges and after a public hearing. Applying those standards is a little difficult just because of the definitions of, particularly in this case, malfeasance and misfeasance. We know it's not nonfeasance. Nonfeasance in office is really not doing your job. So it's not that. So the charges contain allegations of malfeasance and misfeasance, and I will let the board determine whether or not it meets those standards because that's your job, not mine. I can, however, just read you the definition, at least from Black's Law Dictionary, of what misfeasance and malfeasance are. So malfeasance is an evil doing, ill conduct, the commission of some act which is positively unlawful, the doing of an act which is wholly wrongful and unlawful, the doing of an act which person ought not to do at all, or the unjust performance of some act which the party had no right or which he had contracted not to do. It's a comprehensive term, including any wrongful conduct that affects, interrupts, or interferes with the performance of official duties. Misfeasance is defined as the doing what a party ought to do improperly, the improper performance of some act which a man may lawfully do. So those are the two definitions about what we're talking about. Typically, malfeasance involves an unlawful act where you had no right to do it. Misfeasance, on the other hand, is you had the right to do the act, but you did it in a wrongful manner. So that's where you're at. Those are the standards.
Did anybody ask you about these standards before the written charges were presented at the last board meeting?
I don't believe so. I
So
mean,
did you participate in drafting at all, or?
no.
Trustee Nordhook?
Did you review the letter before it was sent out,
By the letter, do you mean the charges?
the charges?
No, I did not.
Wasn't that letter sent to Mike?
Not before the meeting. I didn't get the letter.
No, before this meeting.
Before this meeting, yes, it was sent to everybody. Put it in the, he developed the notice of public hearing and it was included in the public hearing.
But I'm talking about before, I'm talking about at the last meeting when Trustee McDonald presented them and he said, I'm quoting his, the charges are of malfeasance and or misfeasance, the behavior and actions by Mr. Merlin in 2021 clearly demonstrate malfeasance. Before the last meeting, when he presented these, had you reviewed these charges?
No.
These charges, the behavior and actions by Mr. Merlin in 2021 clearly demonstrate malfeasance. That's what Mr. Trustee McDonald wrote. That seems to reference multiple actions. But if this board is required to give a person public notice, it doesn't seem like we provide proper notice if he's trying to allege multiple acts beyond that which is listed. Are we talking about just that conduct, or what do you mean here? You're saying both, Trustee McDonald, that there's multiple
Well,
acts, but also one specifically?
We're splitting hairs about something that has to do with the moral compass of Cascade.
No, it has to do with the.
No,
definition.
I'm trying to explain. No, if our bar is now, he didn't do something illegal, then we've gone down a bad path.
You know what's a bad path is to
If-
cite
as-
legal
no.
terms and say what they clearly mean with a legal term, when you haven't even
I
picked up the
looked-
phone and consulted our township attorney. Are
He
you a
just
municipal-
said-
are you a municipal attorney?
He just
Are
said,
you a municipal attorney?
our attorney just said wrongful conduct when he read the definition.
You said clearly, and you
Yes.
did that without, you
And-
clearly defined.
And I
a legal
clearly
term.
believe that there was wrongful conduct. If you look at malfeasance, it says
But it's not.
wrongdoing-
wrongful, It's defined legally.
wrongdoing, especially by a public official. Look, if our standard is if somebody doesn't do something, if our standard is that it wasn't illegal, that's a poor standard for our moral compass.
The standard
We
is that
don't-
you know the
we
standard
don't-
before you submit written charges.
we
That's the
don't-
Standard.
We don't question Mr. Merlin's value to the township. He's going to be a resident, taxpaying resident. He's not going away. I don't have a problem with that. I didn't compile a list of destructive attacks that he's done during the year because I didn't think that in and of itself was what broke the moral compass and the wrongdoing. I think the use of words of using a shotgun to remove board members And then to say, I was pissed royally, and that reference was to the November 17th board meeting. At that November 17th board meeting, a group of residents wrongfully accused the township.
That was not what he was referring to. He was referring to the budget session, which wasn't available to the public. And that's not true.
The
He was
point
referring to
is,
the budget
there's a
review
lot
session.
of conspiracy theories
No, there's
that get
not.
promoted. Yes.
Budget meeting.
Can I talk? So I think words matter, as a lot of
They
people
do.
have said. His letter of contrition was not a letter of contrition. His letter was not an apology. His letter was a list of excuses justifying something that was outrageously said. Mr. Merlin has spoken in front of this board and a lot of township committees many times. He's very smart. He's very well prepared. His comments are always prepared. He has a lot of notes. He knows what he's saying and he knows what he's doing. And if you look at history, people don't have to do something to be wrong. They can incite people. I mean, Hitler never probably murdered anybody, but he incited millions of people to kill millions of people. January 6th, people incited people to do wrongdoing, but they didn't do it themselves. It's not so much that, I don't think Mr. Merlin was going to come after anybody with a gun, but the point is, would it be inciting others to do so by the words that he used? So,
Create your own rules as you go.
so no, I'm not creating my own rules.
Create
I'm
your own
saying,
rules and your own standards. The law doesn't matter to you.
okay. Mr. Merlin has a history of attacking people. He's well prepared. He knows the power of words. Words matter. Words incite people. He did not give an apology. He gave a list of excuses for justifying what he said. It is just outrageous in these times, especially, to use terms of bringing a shotgun in and reducing board members and then saying, I was pissed royally about it. So it's just, I just think wrong. I think we're lowering the bar for our moral compass. And I just think that's not appropriate by a public official.
Trustee Nordhook.
Sound royally pissed now. I too have the question, are you an attorney?
I don't think this is about being an attorney. I think it's
When you're
about
writing charges, I think you need to have. some
charges
kind of
don't, you could, if you're, okay, Timmy, if your kid comes home and says, I was kicked out of school today, and you say, why? And he said, because I told my teacher to F off. Would you go, wait a minute, that's not illegal. You have the right to do that.
Do you not? do
Just
you
a minute.
Care what Mr. Malfeasance has legal?
Yes, I do. But look, my point is this. If you said, oh, you have the legal right to tell your teacher to F off, is that a standard? Or do you say, you know, that's wrong, you're grounded too? I mean, there are consequences for saying things. And whether the action is, quote, legal or illegal, I think this one was a case of, as Mike pointed out, wrongful conduct. I think it was wrong. And I just think it's just
legal.
Legal. I'm going back to,
You're
Charging him with legal.
it doesn't have to be legal. It has to
That's
be.
what you're charging him with, is
Why are
legal
you saying
charges.
clearly constituted Mr. Malfeasance when you didn't even consult our attorney? And the grounds for removal are laid out by statute, and they specifically say miss or malfeasance. You clearly state and or. It can't clearly be both because they're clearly not the same. And anyone who uses clearly when defining the legal terms pretty much is not clear.
What I think is clear is that it was wrong. He did not apologize. He gave a list of excuses. Yes, he's very valuable to the township. I understand that, but his behavior and actions and words crossed a line that is really unacceptable.
Trustee
And I
Pierce.
agree that it's hard.
Treasurer Pierce, did you have your hand up for a comment?
I did. It's just a secondary point. I'm befuddled by the attack on Clerk Slater, what that had to do with the charge tonight. Maybe in its rebuttal, Mr. Merlin can respond to that.
I'll make a comment and I'd like it submitted, I'll submit it in written form so that it's actually part of our record. Planning Commissioner Merlin's comment at the December 6, 2021 meeting was inappropriate. It cannot be countenanced, and for that comment, Mr. Merlin should be, and I would recommend, formally reprimanded and censured by the board. But Trustee McDonald's charges, as written and presented by the board without showing legal counsel, have two flaws. First, Mr. Merlin's comment, as inappropriate as it was, doesn't constitute malfeasance legally, which is the standard that we are set forth to review it under. And secondly, Trustee McDonald's charge is not clear. There's a difference between mis and mal. And his charges include or allude to charges that aren't clearly defined, and they're also subjective opinions. Citizen activism and debate are an uncomfortable fact of life for those of us in elected or appointed positions. And it is sometimes unpleasant, but it is not malfeasance. And to pretend otherwise has a chilling effect and is bad precedent. And that is what I'm most concerned about. The chilling effect that I don't like how it sounds, so I'm going to censor him. Where do you draw the line? That is bad precedent because we are elected to follow laws and procedures. And when this board just arbitrarily starts ignoring those procedures, that's a bad trail to follow. One moment, please. I will vote without hesitation to strongly reprimand Mr. Merlin and to censure him for his inappropriate and unacceptable comment singularly made on December 6th. But I will not vote for the removal per your charges as written based on malfeasance because the charge legally does not meet the statutory requirement. And as you say, facts matter and laws matter. And to do so would establish a bad precedent. And when you take your comments and your written charges, it's particularly insincere when you look at Trustee Kessel, Clerk Slater, and you, Trustee McDonald's, your immediate emails. They were not, I'm so scared, and this particular comment. It was, we've had enough. You've created a toxic environment for our staff by going in and asking former planning director Peterson and Manager Swayze for documents. We've had enough of you. You've been out to attack us, blah, blah, blah. That wasn't based on what's right. That's just political animus. It's transparent and I'm not going to support it. Two wrongs, which you were wrong, Mr. Merlin, and you didn't do a good job apologizing. But even saying that, I'm not going to vote for your removal. But two wrongs don't make a right. And I'm not going to get behind yours and go down this slippery slope.
And I'm gonna get behind
Because
yours.
facts matters, law matters. And if you're going to go laws matter, you called your fake committee that you doesn't exist, paid for by the committee to elect Cascade's trustees, of which you, Clerk Slater, Treasurer Pierce, and Trustee Kessel all had your photos on those postcards that cost thousands of dollars. You did it twice. You didn't even file a committee. There was no such committee. You called it a clerical error. So if facts matter and laws matter, I think we ought to start with ourselves.
I agree. And so if you look at the two letters sent to the Attorney General for deficient filing your campaign elections, you have $500 in fine and two letters to the Attorney General from the county for not following the law. So let's get out of the personal attacks now.
This isn't personal. This is
Let's get out of the
factual.
personal attacks and get
I
back
was
on
after the campaign, which I actually have a committee and I put down you can see where all my money came from. There's no committee to elect election trustees. So I was late in filing my post-committee statements. No spending, nothing's going on post-election. I'll fully admit it, it's public. Nobody knows who donated to that committee because it doesn't exist. It's not a clerical error. It's not a clerical error when you register as a Republican, but you vote Democrat. It doesn't matter which
I'm
side
not a
you're
registered
on.
Republican.
You run as a Republican, but you're cited in the Rhino article by the MLive as people who vote Democrat, but run. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which side you're on, but be honest to your voters. Be honest to your residents.
This is the type of behavior we're trying to get away from.
Exactly.
The personal attacks.
It's not
That
personal.
are unfounded
It's not personal.
and exaggerated.
No, it's not exaggerated either.
And that's
It's
why
law.
words like bringing a shotgun and removing members is very, very dangerous.
You know what other words matter? Malfeasance, misfeasance, statute, policies.
Is there going to be a rebuttal? It's going on 11 o'clock and we've got this last item on the agenda to deal with. So is Mr. Merlin going to be rebuttal or? are
Is
we
there
gonna
any
vote?
further discussion or questions or comments?
I got a
Trustee
question.
Shipley.
Legal Beagle. If I remember the proper procedure, if this board were to, let's say, kick Mr. Merlin out, does he have a recourse? Did I hear at one time that he could take it to a judge?
Yeah, I think that all decisions that you make are subject to review by the courts in one manner or another.
And in your opinion, knowing that you're not sitting there with a black robe and you're not sitting over here, in your opinion, would you find a judge in favor of Mr. Merlin or against Mr. Merlin?
I am not going to give you my opinion.
I knew that.
And the reason why I'm not is because it's your duty to make the findings of whether or not this constitutes either malfeasance or misfeasance as charged. It's not my job to do that for you. You have to make that determination. And so I don't want to sway any members and in what they are charged to do here. But I do want to stay on point and just talk about, whether or not that singular comment, which I think is the basis of the charge, constitutes malfeasance or misfeasance to the extent that it is a removable offense. So think of it this way, this is like firing somebody for cause, okay? So that's really kind of the standard under both of these, but they have a little different meaning, okay? So you have to kind of sort through that and parse that out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Legal Beagle.
You're welcome.
And then I have a question. So if this board votes to remove Mr. Merlin to what I would think doesn't meet the level of misfeasance, does he have the right to sue this township again? Or get us sued again?
Well, anybody has a right to bring a claim. Doesn't mean the claim is founded or not. It just means that people have a right for recourse, depending on the actions.
Interesting. So we could get sued a third time. Cool.
Does this statute that's cited allow for the removal of, as trustee McDonald wrote, does this just deal with the planning commission? Or would this single resolution be proper to remove him from everything as trustee McDonald?
Well, the statute is specific to planning commission. So when you talk about removal from every other board or commission, I'm not clear about which board or commissions that may be, but they may have their own removal standard. I just don't know off the top of my head.
So if any, to narrow this, it should probably be limited to the planning commission. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Any other discussions or comments by the board before we offer Mr. Merlin his time for rebuttal? Trustee Nordhook?
I was present when the comment was made at the planning commission, and I reviewed the tape a few times. And it was made to Mr. Rizzi, the chair. And Mr. Merlin said, if you had a shotgun, which he did apologize for later, but it wasn't, his comment was more spontaneous. It wasn't like pre-planned. He came in with that grudge. It was more of an outburst. So another thing I think is to get to this level of misfeasance, it has to have intent. I don't believe it had intent. I was there. So I'll leave it at that and give us some thought.
Mr. Rizzi, you did a really nice job chairing that meeting in a difficult spot, and I appreciate it. And members Moxley and member Nordhike, all three of you, plus some other people, have just done a fantastic job, really stepping up as volunteer residents. I really appreciate it. I don't think you've gotten enough credit, but and those 9 single pages or however they're many, but they were the detailed findings that seemed to, some people really resisted being shared publicly. Those are really helpful to the township. So like everything, Mr. Merlin, they're a bit long, but they're still very valuable. And I appreciate all of your work on the planning commission.
Alibi?
Trustee Shipley?
Just a couple things stick in my mind. Number one, King County Sheriff Department investigated the incident, found no cause for bringing charges. Number two, as I'm looking down here, because I keep notes on all of our meetings, now that I don't trust our note keeping. But I'm looking at all the people here and Mr. Rizzi, you said, hey, he's been great for, you know, our group and everybody else here from the board or from the commission support him. So apparently they did not feel it was out of line. They did not feel that they were endangered. So those are the two big thoughts in my forebrain. Notice it's still intact. That I know how I'm going to vote. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Merlin, 5 minutes rebuttal if you'd like. We won't start the clock till you're up here and have to have a deep breath.
A couple of things. The first, to respond to Treasurer Pierce, the reason I brought up Clerk Slater is that if my one remark, which was spontaneous, it had the advanced planning of less than a second. And if you had watched that whole meeting, you would understand why that was different. She, as our head election official, questioned the integrity of our elections and had to be reprimanded by the county election person. And then she hid it from the public in total. That's why I think both it was relevant because it was another comment made, and all of the trustees here who are so morally offended were also, but were perhaps for whatever reason, not morally offended by those comments. The second, you talk about the law doesn't matter, morals matter. Well, stealing from the police fund is also, I think, a violation that should not be not thought of. Yet for 3 years, this board did that. So does that constitute a level that hits your moral compass, Mr. McDonald? And you note I'm not using trustee actually for any of the three, because I think it's an oxymoron to talk about trust and this board in the same sentence. I think after the millage being stolen on the police millage, we should never in the Township of Cascade pass another millage proposal unless there's some commitment on the board to actually follow the language that the citizens set forth. Does that meet your moral standard? Does it meet your moral standard to have Mr. Kessel say, as I overheard him say, when the town hall went over by almost or over $1 million in costs, it doesn't matter, we have 4.5 allocated to it. Well, that's not being accountable with my tax dollars. Are you offended by that $1 million of extra expenditures?
I'm offended by your misunderstanding and your exaggeration of the facts. Oh, sorry. Okay, yes, I'm sorry.
But put it all aside, it doesn't matter anymore because I don't care. You are going to find me, you have found me a rather large thorn in the side of this board for a long time. As I was trying to speak out on behalf of citizens who had PFAS problems that weren't listened to for 3 years, putting the health of our children at risk, that doesn't meet your moral standard. But I was trying to speak out on behalf of Alaska Ridge in televisions. I mean, and we're going to have distant learning, but we're going to make them go to a public park in the middle of winter to hear the public telecast of the teaching. So I've been trying to speak out on behalf of citizens and trying to get to a position where you folks listen to the citizens. What has you so afraid of fiscal accountability, transparency, and listening to the citizens? Because there's something that this board or that people on this board find very offensive. You've been scared since the day Supervisor Lesperance took over, which is why the comment was made, we like the way we're doing business by violating the law, the open meetings law with regularity. But that didn't violate your moral compass, Mr. McDonald. But here is my resignation from the Township Planning Commission, because I don't intend to be judged by the 7 of you or even by the 4. Because I refuse to be judged by people who view the law as only a convenience that they have to abide by only when it is in their best interest to do so. I will continue to be a thorn in your side. And you can't bar me from board meetings. I have done it. You can only bar me if I have been disruptive in the meeting. You will find me, as always, to be a person who brings forth actual arguments based on fact. All of those assertions against staff were done with factually based materials. If they haven't had to answer to the factual assertions or the factual questions for the last 5 or more years, well, that's on you guys. It's not on me. I have done due diligence investigations. I've done investigations throughout the world on all sorts of matters of corruption. I don't think this board is corrupt. I think it has just gotten used to a way of doing business that frankly is unaccountable, and you've gotten used to approaching things in frankly a lazy way of doing things. And you view the law as a convenience only. That's why I no longer will participate in this government, whether you wanted me to or not, or whether you were going to allow me to or not. So with that, you no longer have a vote to take because I've resigned. So you can't take your vote.
You guys messed up big time.
No, I think,
Opens a lot of other doors for investigation.
I think there's a big,
For residents.
the facts are often misconstrued. And I think this is yet another case of that. And I think we don't have anything to vote on, as Mr. Merlin said, if he has resigned, then we should table this matter and we don't need to move forward.
Wrong again. We still have to vote to accept his resignation.
Do we have to vote to accept a resignation?
Yes,
No,
yes, you do.
Do we,
I
Mike?
resign whether they accept it or not.
I get it.
I don't give a.
Nope, we're not
You-
gonna do it.
You could rescind that resignation prior to a vote and it would be effective rescission of the resignation, which is why they have to vote to accept it.
And I make a motion that we accept Mr. Merlin's resignation.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay,
Nay.
same old split board.
That's right. No,
No, it wasn't.
Greg, you could have saved us a lot of time by giving us that letter at the beginning of this.
Bullshit, you would have changed your mind.
I wanted to hear what you folks would say.
The motion carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Merlin. Article 10. No items for discussion. Article 11, public comments. Anyone wishing to comment is welcome at this time. Mr. Moxley.
This is unrelated to the last issue. I just wanted to say that if the Parks Committee is looking for somebody to serve on that committee, I'd be happy to anytime in the future. I try to walk in Peace Park every 3 days. No, every other day, actually, 3 times a week. I love the place and be happy to serve and help out there.
Thank you.
I sit on the McDonald bench a lot.
Thanks,
And
Rob.
Mr. Moxley, if there's not an opening, please intend, just as a matter of the public, you'd be probably the only one, but we sure would love to have you.
Thank you. Thank you. Give me a call if there's an opening.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? virtually.
Okay, Keely Shea. Keely, are you there?
I am, thank you. I would just like to thank Mr. Merlin for his service and that he's going to continue helping the residents. I'm grateful. I do have a question on the policy number 2016-02 that was drafted. That, who presented that? Kessel, I think. I would like to know who all was involved in drafting that policy. Who did Kessel, who did you?
I didn't draft the policy. The policy was drafted in 2016. I made some suggested changes to it.
Did you consult anyone in those changes?
No,
You did not talk with Sue Slater or Ken Pierce or McDonald in that at all?
at the last meeting, we were told if we wanted to change the policy, we had to submit a request, and I submitted the request.
Without any
I also
consulting
talked to Mike Homier about it.
and Ben Swayze?
I submitted it to Ben.
And you did not discuss any of it with McDonald or Mr. Pierce or Slater?
We all
Not a-
discussed it before the meeting, the last meeting, that November or December 15th, I think. it
You
was.
discussed the changes that you wanted to have made?
No, we just discussed the policy.
Okay, so that was completely by you. There was not any discussion with any other board member.
It was all my input, yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just want to say that, again, as a resident, looking at all of this, there have been some really painful things to look at, and it's really clear to many of us who have been paying attention of what's really happening, what you're trying to do with that. And it's unfortunate. And I just know that the residents are going to be speaking up, because it's the same old problems with the four of you not supporting our moving forward with changes. So thank you again for those of you that are standing up and speaking up. And I look forward to seeing really great changes this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, there's Brittany Martin. Brittany?
Hi, yep. Although the damage to the public has already been done, I would suggest that the letter and the packet that Mr. Merlin pointed out was the only one missing on the website be posted as soon as possible to just salvage anything that might be left. And then additionally, not posting to the public is no different than locking out the public, just like tonight was done right after the recess was called. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I think Keely Shea wants to say something else. Keely?
Oh, gosh, I am so sorry. I didn't know I had.
Did you
done that.
accidentally do it? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
but no, actually, you know what? If you're still there, I will just add one quote then that I think is important and could be helpful. It's from Einstein, and it says, "The only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance." And I think we've seen a lot of that, and I just pray that we make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all, Supervisor.
Thank you. Article 12, manager comments.
I have nothing tonight. Thank you.
Article 13, board member comments.
Always stand up. I wish we had everybody here that started here tonight, but I want to at least thank you guys for being here tonight. A lot of things were done, some we agree with, some we don't agree with. Speak up, let your desires be known. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Nordhook.
Manager Swayze, did Sable send a report? I had asked for one at the last meeting to find out how many hits, what the progress is, like a progress report.
So we had our yearly planning meeting with Sabo in late December, and they're working on developing a quarterly report for the township board. So once I have that prepared, I'll make sure it gets included in the packet.
Thank you on that. And then police patrol. Has there been any updates on where the sheriff's department thinks we should have some more patrol now that we have some money?
So I invited members of the sheriff's department to the Public Safety Advisory Committee that would normally be scheduled for next week. But since that will not be held, I'll probably ask them for some written suggestions and share that with all the board members.
Okay, then one last thing. Did the money actually get put back in the police fund?
We are working on year-end adjustments right now, and that is on Liz's list to do for year-end adjustments.
Thank you.
Committee forum on the PFAS situation of those residents affected. Can you give us an update on that?
So the PFAS Citizens Committee is meeting tomorrow, but unless the committee for some reason tomorrow decides not to do it, the date for that meeting will be February 3rd in this room with that wall taken down, fully accessible by Zoom as well. So everybody that can attend will be able to attend. So we have a full mailing list of all of the residents that are in the project area. Whether a resident is in phase 1 or phase 2, they'll be invited directly to that meeting by the township. And then of course, we'll post it through all of our normal means as well.
And that's a community public meeting where any resident, those who live in the PFAS affected area or not, has an opportunity to come talk directly to the legal counsel, the engineers who are in charge of overseeing where the pipes are installed, well, the county officials.
County officials for the county health department, state officials through Eagle, and representatives of the city of Grand Rapids water system.
Do we have a time yet on February 3rd?
Not yet. I figured we would talk to the committee about it to see what they would recommend.
Yep, thank you. Board comments, Article 13. Article 14. Is there a motion? to
Motion
adjourn?
made to adjourn. Get out of this kangaroo court.
Second.
So motion by trustee Shipley to adjourn, supported by clerk Slater. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you for coming tonight, everyone.
Hey, John, if you drive fast, you can catch the end of Hogan's Heroes.
Thanks for coming down. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. Always is. Always interesting.
You have a department head tomorrow?
You getting sick? You getting sick?
Good job.
Doctor won't even see me. Judge and everything. Sometime.
Hey, Don, thanks.
Little dry cough.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it, but the personal attacks, you know, about me and finance, one thing for 16 years. The fact that we have eliminated Sunday Unfunded liability for our pension plan. That was my idea. Because all the good things that